All right, good evening. I will call the Planning Commission hearing for September 11th, 2019 to order. It is 6 p.m. Just a few housekeeping items. The items on our agenda this evening that are marked with a star or an asterisk are legislative, so we'll be making recommendations on those items to Municipal Council. The other items will be decided by the Planning Commission this evening. We have a total of 6 items on the agenda for tonight. We have one revision to the agenda, and that is that item 5 will be read in first, and after that we'll go in order 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6. Because we do have a pretty full house this evening, thank you all for participating. We appreciate it. We will be limiting public comment to 5 minutes to neighborhood chairs and 3 minutes for members of the public. And if you would just be so kind as to adhere to those, we'd greatly appreciate it. There will be a timer up on the board. So before we get started, Ms. Ellsworth will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, we'll start with roll call. On my left.
Laurie Urquiaga, no conflicts.
Robert Knudsen, no conflict.
Russell Phillips, no conflicts.
Deborah Jensen, no conflicts.
Shannon Ellsworth, no conflicts.
Maria Winden, no conflicts.
Thank you, Commissioners. All right, so our first item is item 5 on the agenda. Item 5 is legislative in nature, so we'll be making a recommendation on item 5. The Housing Committee of Provo City requests amendments to section 14.37.050 to allow for reductions in required parking for residential uses subject to Planning Commission approval. This would have citywide application, and Mr. Mills will present item 5.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, this is an item that the Housing Committee of the Provo City Council asked staff to undertake. So just to kind of give a little bit of background on this, the Housing Committee had a concern that in our code currently, in chapter 14, there we go, 37050, we allow for reductions in off-street parking requirements, and currently those reductions are limited to uses that are commercial, industrial, or public facility. And residential uses are strictly disallowed from receiving those parking reductions unless they're in zones that allow that, such as like the downtown zones or the ITOD zone. The Housing Committee was interested in providing a way that projects that merit a reduction could possibly receive one. And so Staff undertook a little bit of research into this and drafting language that could allow this to happen. And so there are a couple different parts to this proposal that I wanted to go through. The first part is to allow to add residential uses as a use that could receive a reduction. Part 2 that you see on your screen that's blocked out in red, that is an old method for uses in the what was formerly known as the Central Business District to receive parking reductions. We no longer have an ordinance that specifically deals with a central business district. It's called the downtown zones now. And so out of a way to update, that's being removed from this section. The proposal is to remove that section. And then the reduction in off-street parking for industrial, commercial, and public facility uses will continue to be through what's called a parking count justification study. The major change to this part of the ordinance is that previously an applicant could apply for a conditional use permit to receive a parking reduction. Staff, in an effort to try and limit conditional use permits, have suggested that language be changed to a project plan application. So most of these projects will already be going through the project plan process. And that allows the Planning Commission a little bit of deference in analyzing the merits on which these projects are being asked and evaluated for a parking reduction. Conditional use permits are very difficult to disallow, and there have to be extreme circumstances relating to hazards to life and safety. So this just gives the Planning Commission a little bit more deference in controlling those parking reductions. Those parking reductions would be entered into an agreement between the city and the applicant that would record all of the necessary legal information regarding those those parking reductions as they've traditionally been done. The crux of this ordinance amendment is number 3, which provides language for residential parking to be reduced through what's called a transportation demand management program. This is a mechanism that's currently used in our downtown zones and in the ITOD zone, where applicants can request through a project plan application that their parking be reduced based on the merits of the project. Examples of a TDM program could include designing the project area to allow for space that would be at the present time developed as landscaping but held in reserve for future parking areas if it ever became necessary. Robust bicycle amenities beyond what is currently required by our code. A really important one is the proximity of the proposed residential project to amenities such as employment centers, mass transit. So just really taking into context the location and what the residential facility is going to be providing to its residents. So, the transportation demand management program would be a development, an agreement between the city and the applicant, enforceable, and then recorded against the property. Specifically, the language that we have proposed limits the amount of reduction that the Planning Commission can allow. In no case, a residential use could be allowed less than 1 space per unit. And then that's kind of the basis of the ordinance amendment. Staff has gone through this. We feel that the spirit of the Housing Committee's request of this was to add another tool to our toolbox, quote unquote, and that if the circumstances are correct and the context is right, that this would be a way that it could reduce the overall cost of development and specifically to reduce the overall cost to the end user. Parking is very expensive and providing space for off-street parking stalls is a significant driver of housing costs. So given the right circumstances, we feel that this is something that could be utilized. We recognize definitely that this is something that will be requested more frequently. And just because something is requested doesn't mean it merits approval. And so this is just one more tool that we can use to analyze that. So our recommendation is that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Mills? Ms. Urquiola?
Yes, Mr. Mills, I'm just curious, is the landscaping area that is to be held in reserve, is that going to be required always, or is that just one of many?
So a transportation demand management program can be many different elements. It's not a requirement that the landscaping area be included in that. It just gives the applicant the ability to provide that as one of those elements. In certain cases, that might not be possible, but based on other elements of the transportation demand management program, it still may warrant further review. That's just one way that the applicant could say, this is a bit of space on our site that we're going to hold in reserve in case we ever need it. And then one thing that the Housing Committee requested was that we allow for a sunset clause. If that is an element, and if the applicant has proven over a number of years that the parking is not needed, then it could be developed into different amenity space or things like that. Great question.
Ms. Wendon?
Going along with the landscaped areas, so if they're not required to have additional landscaping in case they need extra parking in the future, if these other elements don't seem to be working, if the tenants don't seem to have bicycles or using the bicycle amenities, if they're not using mass transit, these type of things, how would the city be able to enforce them putting in more parking if the landscaping isn't a requirement?
So that's one thing that the Planning Commission would have to evaluate at the onset. If the landscaping area is not part of an applicant's transportation demand management program, then there's likely going to be no way that, a year or so down the line, we could go in and say, no, you need to tear down half of your building and provide for more parking. So if the applicant is not proposing that, then that's something that we would really have to evaluate and say, can the other elements that the applicant is proposing, do they stand alone? And do they sufficiently meet the demands that this proposal will have on it, such as how close is it to the areas where people will most likely be going, such as to work or to the rec center or schools and things like that. So this list is not by any means exhaustive. If there are other more innovative ways that people can come up with, then we would certainly entertain those. The problem is or the challenge comes from enforcement. Mm-hmm. So we feel that this is a list of enforceable items, and so that's something else that we'd have to evaluate.
Mr. Phillips?
No, my question is the Housing Authority come up with some conclusive idea that there's only one automobile per house in Provo now? Or?
No, and that is just the absolute lowest that a project could go, to have one space per unit. There's no empirical requirement behind that other than historically some projects in Provo have been allowed to further reduce their parking requirement, like at a 0.75 ratio. And that has been unsuccessful for various reasons. And so we felt that going any below a 1-to-1 ratio would be inadvisable. It's just based on the project. And one per unit might not be enough. That there's no requirement that it goes that low. It's just based on what the applicant is requesting and what the Planning Commission feels comfortable with.
Well, I would just comment that I think the benefit of this is it eliminates the conditional use permit and rolls the parking reduction into a traffic management study and program and review during project plan approval process by the commissioners. So, it's our discretion. Conditional use is hard to enforce, as we've seen in the past, and hard to not approve if there's any viable reason at all. And I think since this legislation was originally written, this amendment takes into account things such as the robust transit infrastructure we've invested in as a city and with the county and the state, things like bike lanes and other active transportation modes we're using now. So I think, it's really trying to look ahead to the future as our modes of travel may change or adjust, or the demographics of the city may shift. We're a pretty young city overall, amazingly young because of our large student population. So I think this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, one thing that we wanted to even include was if you look at 3A number 5, pickup and drop-off areas. We live in an Uber society where, I don't think it's far-fetched to imagine the day where your car drops you off and then goes to a lot somewhere else or something like that. And so I think just getting back to the crux of this, it just provides an opportunity. It doesn't provide an entitlement. Right. It just provides an opportunity.
It's still incumbent upon the applicant to prove that they can successfully reduce demand for cars on their site.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments, questions? Ms. Ellsworth?
I was just going to say I like that it's flexible, but that there's also a floor. So
Yes.
we wouldn't expect most projects, or very few projects, to have one space per unit. I think that would be uncommon, but this just provides flexibility and a floor.
Mr. Phillips?
My concern is if they do come to us and we approve that project with one parking structure, and then they prove that they need 3, how do we enforce that?
Yeah, I think your question is really good, and it's something that the council and you guys have to consider, that if their TDM program doesn't include additional space for the future, like a contingency, then we've given up that opportunity in a sense, right? They still have a minimum that they have to require, that they have to maintain, and then enforcement would be a situation where we would be visiting with them and saying, hey, you seem to have a parking problem that your TDM program was supposed to address. You've been given a reduction. You need to make sure that it works. But again, that is one of the considerations that from the outset we have to consider, that this is a reduction. And once it's reduced, it's very, very difficult to make them, to allow them to go back and say, oh, we're going to put some more here.
So the city would have legal recourse in that regard.
There is legal recourse because there's a binding agreement between the applicant and the city in the TDM program that says the only reason that you're being allowed this reduction is because of these specific elements. So, and if those elements don't work, then they need to come up with something that will.
So that in this document, we could make sure that they had adequate space that they could increase.
If the Planning Commission felt that the elements that the applicant was putting forth weren't sufficient for the context of the project, then they could definitely suggest that, and the city council might require that, and that might be the difference between a project going forward as designed or going back to the drawing board. So it just allows you that opportunity to do that.
All right, any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, I'll open up item 5 to public comment. Are there any neighborhood chairs present who would like to speak to item 5? And please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Paul Evans in the Pleasant View neighborhood. We received, as chairs, citywide, we received the draft language for this ordinance on the 3rd. So that was 8 days ago. Yesterday, at the work session for the municipal council, it was approved for this item to move forward, to be heard here from the commission. So in reality, we've, as chairs or as people throughout the city, we've only had 7 days really to consider this language. When I did receive it, I requested from staff some information I think would be really important to carefully consider the application of this particular change. And that is, to date, through public facilities and commercial properties, there's been the opportunity to allow for a reduction in parking. And also in the creation of pro zones, there has been the opportunity to provide a reduction in parking. And at least from my perspective, it would be really important to know how well those existing reduction in parking programs have worked up to this point, to say, what have we done? How has it worked well? Is it likely to do as well in the future? What are the pluses and minuses? And I'm just saying that with the 7 days, it's really hard to really evaluate that. So that's one issue that I'd encourage the commission to consider and say, can we get some more information about how our reduction of parking programs have performed to date? Secondly, there's two parts to the change in the ordinance. The first has the for commercial and public facility property, and it talks about a very defined traffic study that has to be done. That's different than the requirements for the residential properties. And so, the question that comes to my mind is, why do we have different standards? I mean, a traffic demand management program should have all those elements in and be considered so to get the best idea as to really what the impact will be going forward. So, so those are the two related to that. But if the chair wouldn't mind also taking a quick digression and informing everybody exactly how we're going to go forward, because we've now gone to item 5 first rather than item 1.
Right, we will resume.
I know.
After
but,
this, we'll
right.
go right back in order.
Understood.
Starting with item 1.
But will it be... Okay, well, that's fine. It's just good to remind people that the agenda's been changed, and that's fine.
That was announced at the beginning.
Right, but there's lots of people who've come in since then, so, okay. So thank you.
Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to address item 5?
My name's Sharon Memmott, and I'm in the Edgemont neighborhood, and I have several concerns with this change to code. I've tried to take several notes, but as Paul said, it's been kind of a limited time. I looked at what Mr. Mills sent me when I saw this coming up. So one concern is that the language, as it's written, says that I'm sorry, you don't have any more copies back there, so I had my husband send me what I had at home. The language says that it may include, but they're not required to show all the mitigation that they will provide. So that's one concern, that the language isn't quite there yet. I'm concerned about how enforceable a project plan is versus a development agreement versus a TDM. I didn't realize it was in other places in our code already. I'd never seen a TDM before. But I know that we have issues in our own neighborhood where we've come before you and said, well, I'm sorry, not come before you, but where we've complained to the city, there's a problem with zoning, it needs to be enforced, and we feel like it gets swept under the rug, and it gets swept again, and it gets swept again. So I'm concerned that there's not going to be the will at the city level to say, tear down that part of the building because you need more parking. We have a sign in our neighborhood that the city didn't have the will once it was built to say, tear it down, it doesn't meet code. So I don't see this going forward as something that's truly enforceable, that the city would have the will to enforce the way it's written now. If you give this allowance, are they required to be near mass transit? The way it's written says that it's suggested that maybe they should be near mass transit. But even as you say, near groceries, and that we have this robust mass transit that we're trying to employ, none of that robust mass transit currently leads to groceries. And if I don't have a car, I've got to get to a grocery store at some point. Whether I have children or not, I have to be able to get to a grocery store somewhere. UVix doesn't go anywhere near a grocery store. And I know there are buses you could transfer, but I don't know if you've ever done that. I did that when I was a student. It was not fun, and you always get to the store and end up with 10 more bags than you intended. Now I've got a mile to walk home. It is not fun. So I would personally prefer to have a car. It says no less than 1 per unit, but it doesn't make any mention of what size unit that would be. So if it's a 2 or 3 bedroom, are we still expecting only 1 car is required? I just don't think it's complete. I think it's a start, maybe, if we want to do that. But again, I'm concerned that we even want to do this because we come before you as neighborhood chairs often and say, we're not even sure this person that's asking for a pro zone has enough parking allowed for what they're asking. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to speak to item 5? All right, staff, I have a list of 5 questions that I just heard. Do you want to address those now or after public comment?
After public comment, because we may have other ones we want to address.
Okay, thank you. Right, are there any members of the community who would like to speak to item 5? And please come to the podium, state your name and affiliation.
My name is Forrest Hale. I live in the Pleasant View neighborhood. When I was a college student a few years ago, about 50, nobody came with a car. Today, everybody comes with a car. And when they get married, they don't get rid of one of those 2 cars. I'm also a landlord currently. I have 3 properties that I rent to students. And my observation is cars are with every single student, whether they're married or single. So 1 car per unit, I think, is unrealistic.
Thank you, sir.
Amen.
My name's Michael Crookston. I'm also from the Pleasant View neighborhood. I'm currently speaking as an individual and not as a Brigham Young University employee, but I do work for Brigham Young University, and part of my duties are to control the map for BYU. And on the map, we have a suggestions button, and one of the largest complaints, well, by far the largest complaint we see is concerning parking. And a lot of that parking comes from the new heritage halls, where they tried to limit parking to one lot or less per student. And the students say, that's not enough, we have no place to park, we're being forced to park somewhere else. Prior to managing the map, I worked police for BYU, and I know that's true because we would issue a lot of tickets to students who were parking outside of areas, outside of heritage halls, where there wasn't adequate parking. I feel that by limiting this to one unit, you'll see that problem also explode across the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Rich Ziegler. I live in the Pleasant View neighborhood, and I think this is just a recipe for disaster. It's kind of like gun law enforcement. We just get more gun laws, but is that really where the problem is? And I think Provo has a pretty weak track record in enforcement. And I know it was just announced that they've reorganized different things, and musical chairs is great, but not with extra. If you don't have extra resources, then I think you make a change like this, and it's very hard to backpedal. Once the cat's out of the bag, it's very hard to get things back into place. So I think making this kind of change is kind of like playing with fire, and especially when it comes back to going back to the developer or the owner saying, "Well, this didn't work, so now we need you to do this." And that may wind up with some very protracted legal battles or just the lack of will, and then we're left with major problems to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler. Are there any other members of the community who would like to speak to item 5?
I'm Brent Barnett. I live in the Pleasant View area. And I think this is pretty direct. This is pretty simple. You have to somehow give the citizens data. There's data. You go talk to the students. When the village was put in south of campus, everyone hates that area because of the parking. That's well known. But it seems to me the city should have data, should be able to survey that for something that impacts every neighborhood, there should be, that citizens deserve data before we make that kind of decision. Because I think the planning department must have data. If they don't have data, they should have gathered it on impact on neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Burdett.
My name is Finn Enau. I live in Pleasant View area. Right across from the MTC going down to the football stadium. And it's not happening every day, every week, but during the football season, parking space is really an experience. You put a cone, and the car go over the cone. And I understand that. But when we win the game, then we forget about what went wrong, we all celebrate. I walk in and I hear the only piece I got here, the one parking space per tenant. I tell you that won't work. Regardless how much we discuss, this won't work. I grew up in the island, and people in the village, we go to the well to draw one bucket per family. The only way that you'll survive or success, if there is no children, then mommy and daddy will have enough water. But if you have a family and one bucket, you started to see how you can get an extra bucket of water. Speaking of the parking space, I know that it won't work. The only success will happen, Provo Police Department will collect more money for writing violations of the ticket and parking. To me, we had to study this theory and see what's the best. You know, I'm the first generation moving from the island to America. Many times I look back, mom and dad is gone. But their dream and the vision, that's what bring me here. And I see and reap the blessing of it. I ask myself, what we do here tonight, years from now, we are gone. What we are doing for the coming next generations, are they going to stand and say thank you for what they done, or are they going to say, how in the world they created something that is almost unbearable for us to solve? So to me, it's good that we hear the majority, the people, and consider this. BYU brought us here, and we embrace the opportunity for education, and we love this city. We love Provo. We want to do the best that we can do. But I think that this is something, we look at we look at BYU, we look at all the high school around, with the rising generations. This one, there'll be more cars. There'll be people to accommodate their need. But I think that when we say that with this project and there's gonna be limited one parking per, I mean, no matter how, we just waste our time, that won't work. It's just like putting the horse, the cart in front of the horse. We already know that it's not gonna happen, because I see that now, the police and everybody saying no parking here. No, that won't.
Thank you,
And I think
Mr.
that
Nell.
you'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Hatchett, I'm from BYU. I'm a member of the Community Relations Committee, and this was brought to our attention kind of late in the game, mostly for me. But in reaching out to the various to the entities across campus, there were several concerns about this, and parking and traffic is one of those. From our police officers, we have to periodically close Stadium Avenue, which will create or exacerbate a parking problem for any apartment structure. So that is one thing that we want to make sure that we would be able to work with whoever develops the property.
We're addressing citywide ordinance, not a specific site at this time.
Well, but it's a microcosm of that bigger issue. So if it's not considered up front, if this ordinance isn't written in a way that is very specific, that benefits the neighbors, that draws clear lines for the developer, you're just kicking the can down the road in terms of, will you have a problem? Because I'm pretty confident that you'll have a problem, not just with this one developer, but with many. So I would encourage you to look at the language and make it very specific so that it enhances your ability to enforce this in a way that benefits the city and your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hastert. Are there any other members of the community?
Yeah,
Thank you.
my name is Dave Hunter. I feel like I'm going to be taking some arrows tonight anyway, so I might as well address this too. But the effect of not considering this is urban sprawl. That if people can't start parking here, well, then you go to places where you can build and park, and then you go down to Payson, then you go to Santaquin, then you go to Salem, and all of those people drive into Provo every single day to their jobs and everything else, causes tons of traffic, pollution, environmental issues. We are now a big city. This is no longer a bedroom rural community. We are now a big city that employ millions, thousands of people. We have to come here and park. And we have to, we have to go to our jobs. And if we have to park on the streets and do some other things, that's okay. But we are preventing urban sprawl by considering, and we've gone through some of the language in this, and I'm sure it's probably not the final iteration of what's going to go on. But the end effect of not considering and stemming this right now is just urban sprawl. And then we'll have people coming in from all over the county into Provo and causing a ton of traffic and a bunch of issues there. And so I hope we do consider this and have the ability to resolve it now, because in 20 years, this place is going to be a zoo.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Are there any other members of the public who would like to comment on item 5? Okay, if not, we will close this portion of item 5 public comment and turn it back over to staff to answer some of those specific questions raised.
I'll answer some of the questions that I heard. If I leave something out or miss something, Mr. Mills can jump in, and if he misses things, then please, Planning Commission, ask us about anything that we've left out. First, I want to say that for some time, for years, I've been worried about this scenario where somebody comes before you to ask for a reduction in parking under the current ordinance that allows it as a conditional use permit. And the Planning Commission simply doesn't agree with the analysis that is put before you. Under the conditional use permit application, you don't have the ability to say, I just don't agree with your numbers. I just don't agree with your analysis. I don't think that that's correct. I don't think that's accurate. We're not going to approve this. You couldn't do that under our current system. So I've been really worried about that scenario coming up. Well, what are we going to do when that happens? So by taking this out of the conditional use track, it gives you more ability to say we don't agree with that, go back to the drawing board, we're not approving this plan based on that. Specific to some of the questions, how well have reductions worked in the past? I believe there's a difference between pro zones and the projects that have gone forward under the transportation demand management model. The pro zones basically said, we don't think we need the parking for these reasons, but they didn't give the city back anything to offset that reduction. We have pro zones where it has not worked. Joaquin Village is probably one of the best examples where it hasn't worked. We have other ones that got reductions that seem to have worked. It seems to come down largely to the management of the complex. I'm a big believer, and I say this all the time to staff, if Provo City is asked to give up something, we should be quick to ask for something in return. And the pro zones allowed you to ask for a reduction in parking without giving us anything back. The list of things there that may be provided, Ms. Mehmet, are simply saying that these are some things that you can do, but there's other things that you may think of that we haven't, you're welcome to propose. If they don't include any of these things, or they only include one or two that the Planning Commission doesn't feel are adequate, the Planning Commissions can say, sorry, we're not buying it, and we're not going to give you the reduction you're asking for, or we're not going to give you as much as you're asking for. We're not going to give you any reduction. The Planning Commission could do any of those things. But at least under this model, the city's getting something back for giving some reductions. We haven't had any projects, Mr. Evans, approved under the transportation demand management that are up and operational, that are occupied, that we can go to now and look and see how they're functioning. We have some that have been approved that way, but the building hasn't been completed and occupied. So it would be not possible for us right now to test how well it's worked. TDM versus development agreement versus ProZone. The TDM agreement takes the place of a development agreement. With the TDM agreement, you don't need a development agreement. It's binding, it's recorded, it documents what we all said and what we all covenanted to do, and so it takes the place of a development agreement, and simply a development agreement wouldn't be necessary. Mass transit does not go past the grocery store. I believe the mass transit goes right by the Walmart that I shop at every week, and that's the one on the Parkway. Yep. And I believe there's a stop that's very close to the Walmart on the Parkway. It also goes within walking distance of the Smiths on Freedom Boulevard. Those are the ones I can remember. Did I leave something out on your list, Ms.?
I had one question. Someone wanted to know why residential use has a different traffic study requirement than commercial or industrial.
I think that's a valid point. I think we should take a look at the text of the code and evaluate whether or not we should just put that same kind of burden of proof that's in the commercial as far as the traffic study. I think that that's a good suggestion, something we should take a look at doing in the next draft. And it seemed, maybe you could speak a little bit to the minimum of one per unit.
It seems like there was a bit of confusion about that because obviously if this is linked to project plan approval, it's the entire project is being reviewed by the commission as well as the city and our elected officials and staff. And in that event, I think that you're saying minimum 1 unit for what's the smallest you could have? A studio apartment, maybe. But that doesn't mean that we would approve 1 parking space for a 2 or 3 bedroom unit. I mean, obviously, that would be a pretty hot topic among commissioners and I'm sure among elected officials as well.
Correct.
Right.
I think to that one, more along Ms. Ellsworth's observation that the intention of that is just to provide a floor that even if you were asked, the Planning Commission could not reduce the parking ratio below that. In other situations, the applicants have maybe asked for a reduction less than that, and historically, empirically, that has not been so successful, and so we just felt that that would be a good floor to protect you.
But that raises another issue that Mr. Hale brought up that I think we should also take into consideration in this. The parking ratio for student housing projects, it's a different ratio, and it's a different section of the code. And I think that we should not allow this to open the door for people to ask for reductions in a student housing project, as far as the single student housing goes, because we've done years and years of analysis on what that right number should be. And it was adjusted just a couple of years ago, it was raised. And I would not want to see somebody be able to use this to reduce the required parking for single student housing.
Yeah.
The ratio of 1, the floor of 1, comes from the Startup Crossing project. Startup Crossing is built right by the Front Runner Station, our closest housing project to the Front Runner Station. And under the code written at that time, a developer could take a 50% reduction off of their parking requirement, being that close to mass transit, without, again, giving anything back to the city, or in this case, the only thing they gave back was being that close to mass transit. When they took that full reduction, it ended up giving them that ratio of 0.75 per unit. They've got 100 units, and they've got 75 parking spaces. That very quickly turned out to be a problem. It very quickly revealed itself as being too big of a reduction that was permitted under the code. So we very quickly amended the code to disallow people to have that big of reduction, made people go through this transportation demand management model, and it set that limit of 1. As we've looked at the parking demand for Startup Crossing, it is our belief that if they had parked it at 1-to-1, they wouldn't have had the spillover effect and the neighbor complaints that we have received. Now, those are all 1-bedroom apartments. I think the Planning Commission's comments have been right, that if it's a 2 or 3 bedroom, then even 1-to-1 would be not enough. But that's where that number came from. That's the experience that it came from. That's the project that we looked at to get information.
Any other questions for staff, commissioners, or discussion?
So since we've acknowledged the need to go back and do some additional work on the language, we would suggest that the Planning Commission continue this item so that that can be amended and recirculated before this goes forward.
And do you have a specific date you could consider for continuation?
30 days?
I would say first meeting in October.
October, okay. Thank you. I guess
Madam Chair.
I guess the one thing I will say that I like about this is that it gives the Planning Commission an opportunity to evaluate a project plan or a plan development at a specific site. It doesn't take one big ordinance and plop it across the city at large in the same way. So, for example, if you're developing something on the west side, I would expect, since there's not abundant transit or alternative modes of transportation, you're going to need higher parking, and the market will dictate that. If you don't provide it, no one's going to want to live there. if you're right next to a UVX station or an employment center or downtown or any other higher intensity location, then it's pretty reasonable to expect some of those people are going to walk, take transit, take a scooter, do something besides get in a single-family car. So I like that it gives the Planning Commission the discretion to evaluate based on location, conditions, the type of development it is. It gives us a lot more specificity to actually look at particular developments instead of just adhering to a blanket requirement.
Mr. Jensen, I'd also just like to point out that the staff has also expressed to the Housing Committee the need to proceed cautiously on this, because if this door is opened to residential projects, it's very likely that a supermajority of the projects that come in will ask for some level of reduction. So we've just encouraged the Housing Committee to be careful, and as this goes forward to the City Council, we'll express that also, to just be very thoughtful about how this goes forward because of that potential.
Ms. Ellsworth?
I just want to say that I appreciate this because it does protect us from bad conditional use permits that we would, in many cases, just have to blanket approve. And so I appreciate that this would, in fact, protect us from bad parking practices. And additionally, I think it's important to stress that one parking stall per unit is a floor, not a baseline. It's not like any developer or us would start at one stall per unit. It's the absolute minimum amount, and that a baseline would be much higher than that, especially on student housing.
If you think another baseline should be put in for 2 or 3 bedroom units or something like that, we can certainly look at that.
Well, I'm just distinguishing between baseline and floor, right? So a baseline is like we might move up or down from, yeah. But I mean, that's one option, is to create a different floor per how many rooms are in the unit.
Ms. Winden?
I was just going to echo what Ms. Ellsworth said, in that, in the past, we've had to approve projects, like Mr. Perperoni said, even though there were elements of it that we didn't like, but, they met all the requirements of the code at that time, and so we had to approve it. This gives us more teeth in being able to say, okay, we like this part of your project, we're not so crazy about this, and, these are what we want you to do, these things are what we want you to do before you come back to us. And I like that, not having to just rubber stamp projects just because they've met the minimum requirements of the code.
Ms. Urquiaga?
Yes, I do think that this is a better model than the conditional use permit, and so I'm happy to see that it's moving in that direction. For myself, Mr. Pepperoni, I actually would like to see this say 1 per single bedroom unit and to have a different floor for multi-bedroom units.
Mr. Phillips?
I also like the plan as it's set forth. It gives us flexibility, but I also think that maybe there could be language in, as we talked about, developers being able to develop at a lower cost by fewer parking places, but also provide, in their landscaping area, that if they proved that they needed more parking, that there was space for that to happen. And so it says that in our document somehow. And then if that's the case, then there is a place. If we don't have it, there's no way for us ever to increase parking.
Ms. Ellsworth?
I would just add that if we do look at a floor for a multi-bedroom unit, just so we're really conscientious with that, because I'm thinking of a development that's targeted for retirees, and you could have 6 or 7 bedrooms in one of those units, but to have 6 or 7 stalls in a community targeted for retirees doesn't make sense to me yet.
Any other comments? A motion? Ms. Wyndham?
Just one more comment. There is a sunset clause in here that after a period of 5 years, during which the number of parking stalls has never been found to be inadequate, given some of the other problems that we've had in the city, is 5 years enough time to determine that, if it's a problem? Because after that, then it may determine that the retaining landscape areas in reserve can be used for whatever else, but future parking is no longer necessary. So is 5 years going to be enough time to be able to go back and review a project? Or is that what you think the maximum that we need?
It seems reasonable, but the real answer is I don't know.
We debated everything from 5 years to 10 years. As staff, we debated everything in that range.
And as staff, we debate everything for 5 to 10 years, so.
Ms. Ellsworth?
I would just say any number would be basically arbitrary, right? We don't know. I'm ready to make a motion.
Any other comments before Ms. Ellsworth makes her motion? All right.
I move that we continue item 5 to the first Planning Commission meeting in October regarding the Housing Committee's proposal or request for amendments to section 14.37.050 to allow for reductions in the required parking for residential uses.
I second.
Thank you. Seconded by Ms. Urquiaga. All those in favor of recommending or continuing item 5 until the first Planning Commission hearing in October? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that was unanimous. So item 5 will be continued to the first October hearing of the Planning Commission. Right. I will now read in 3 related items, but keep in mind that 2 of them are legislative. One is administrative, and we will be making recommendations and discussions on those individually, but I'll read them all in together since they are related. Okay, item 1, Silverado Management, Dave Hunter, requests a general plan amendment from commercial C to residential R for property located at 1900 North Canyon Road to facilitate a 120-unit apartment building for married student housing. This is in the Pleasant View neighborhood. Item 2, Silverado Management, Dave Hunter, requests a zone change from Public Facilities, PF, to Campus Mixed Use, CMU, for approximately 1.34 acres located at 1900 North Canyon Road in the Pleasant View neighborhood. And item 3, Silverado Management, Dave Hunter, requests project plan approval for a 120-unit apartment complex in a proposed campus mixed-use zone located at 1900 North Canyon Road in the Pleasant View neighborhood. And Mr. Mills will present all 3 of these items.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to kind of start out, this is an aerial view of the intersection of Canyon Road and Stadium Avenue is on the south side here. This is BYU Stadium and the parking lot here. This is the existing site of the UCCU Credit Union building. It has been there for a number of decades. It's currently developed with 3-story, 2.5-story bank building, office type use, and a parking area. This is the Pleasant View neighborhood, and you can see that the beginning of kind of the single family portion of this neighborhood is to the east. An existing 3-story apartment building is to the north. Meeting House Church is across the street to the west, and additional apartment buildings as well. So the applicant is proposing to construct a 5 or 6 story building. The information that I received it includes 6 stories. That may be changing to a 5-story building. I'll let the applicant specifically call out the details of the project. I'll present to you the general information and how it's been reviewed by staff. But you can see here, this is just a general layout of how the site will be developed. This area that is grayed out is not part of the project. I just couldn't get it to cut away. I wanted to just kind of familiarize yourselves with this neighborhood and this specific site. The photo on the left is looking southeast towards the existing building with the stadium beyond. The photo on the right is taken along Canyon Road a little bit farther to the north, where you can see the existing apartment buildings. Again, Canyon Road on the left, looking north towards the site. If I'm not mistaken, that power pole is about 55 feet tall, so that kind of gives a little bit of scale as far as what this proposed building would look like, the height of it.
Is that power pole at the same elevation as the bank? Oh, the power pole in the corner, not the one in the right picture.
Right.
Okay.
So the photo on the right is actually taken up the street on Canyon Road, and then I momentarily used their driveway to go up and take a photo just across to kind of give a horizon line of what would this proposed project might infill there. As was mentioned, the applicant is asking for 3 different things in 3 different requests. The first one is to change the general plan designation for the site. Currently, the site is designated as C, or for commercial use. Commercial designated property doesn't allow for residential uses on the site. And so that's why the necessity in requesting a change in general plan. So this is the current general plan map. This is what it would be proposed, so it would just match the residential to the north. Current zoning for the site is designated as public facilities. The applicant is requesting that it be zoned to the campus mixed use zone, so you can see what a proposed zoning map would look like. I'm going to go through a few of the applicant's design drawings and things like that. This would be the basement level. You can see that there is parking, and then on the southwest corner, there are 6 units. Entrances to the building, entrances to the parking garage, includes bike locker areas, some amenity space in a lobby. Going to the first floor, there's an additional parking area that would fill the rest of the site, and then units that wrap around on that first floor along Stadium Avenue and Canyon Road. Going up in the floors, you can see how the units start to fill in. Currently, the applicant is proposing 121. That was a change that was made today, 121 one-bedroom units. One of the advertisements for this project said married student housing. Obviously, that would be a demographic that could use this, but it's not specifically limited, nor is it affiliated with any university housing or anything like that. Amenity space is provided there in the center above the parking garage, and then you can see how it continues to fill out. Southwest elevation on the top. The proposed height of this building, as I saw it today, was 5 stories, a height of 55.8 feet. And then I thought this was helpful The top view provides kind of a blown out view looking from Canyon Road east towards the project. You can see how it would fit in with the existing developments there. And then also the bottom photo rendering shows what it would look like from Stadium Avenue.
And Robert, just to make the point, that's the new design.
That's correct. That's the new design that was not included in your staff reports. Okay. These are proposed landscape plans. Very hard to read from this angle, but landscaping seems to conform to the requirements of the CMU zone. These are renderings. These are rendered at the old elevation at 6 stories, but design has not changed, just a floor. As part of the applicant's proposal, they are proposing to provide, and this is a little different from your staff reports, so parking for the 121 units. Normally, the parking ratio would be 1.5 spaces per unit. That would equate to 182 stalls. The applicant is proposing to provide 161 stalls, which is a ratio of 1.33 stalls per unit, and a deficiency of 21 stalls. So the applicant would actually require for approval, as requested, the applicant would require the amendment that was just discussed. So that's something that would need to be in place prior to the applicant going forward with the project. This is a traffic analysis that was provided today. And this is just the executive summary, which shows the level of service numbers for the intersections and the roads, both at current, existing, current with project, future, and future with project. All of the level of service indicators show that they would operate at the highest and best level of A. Staff has been able to review this project, specifically how it fits into the context of the neighborhood and how it's specified in the general plan. The general plan specifically calls out that these specific areas, as far as the commercial public facilities area, could be considered for residential in the future, higher density residential uses. And so in the context of its location, proximity to the university, proximity to amenities, mass transit, staff felt that this was a good use of the overall site. It seemed to fit the programmatic efforts of the general plan, and so staff recommends approval of staff recommends to the Planning Commission that they forward a positive recommendation of the general plan amendment and the zoning. The project plan application, it seems to be consistent with the proposed zone, the proposed general plan. However, with the continuation of the previous item, that might be something that needs to be continued as well. Staff generally supports the project and the application, but that's something for the Planning Commission to consider whether it should go forward at this time or not. I want to make special mention that the Pleasant View neighborhood has been heavily involved in this, and we appreciate that. I was able to attend and observe the neighborhood meeting that was held on October 20th, or just kidding, August 20th. at Rock Canyon Elementary School. This meeting was well attended, and there was a lot of discussion on this particular project. It seemed that the general consensus was from the neighborhood was that this project wasn't something that fit well into their neighborhood, and staff appreciates that. The only reason that we made our recommendation and that we feel confident that this actually does fit into the neighborhood is based on the general plan recommendations for this particular type of use and this particular designation on the general plan. So we felt that it seemed to be consistent. If a project came in that was proposed to be commercial, the height could be the same. The amount of intensity would likely be similar. And so based on those justifications, we felt confident in supporting and recommending approval. That's all I have available for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions, comments for staff? Okay, great. I would like to invite the applicant then, Mr. Hunter, to present his project.
Thank you. My name is Dave Hunter. We're the developers of this project. We've been developing for 25 years. We've done a lot of development in Provo. I'd like to say especially thanks to Bill and Robert and Paul for spending a lot of countless hours on and kind of molding and shaping this project. We all here in this room are in debt to developers. Every single one of you lives in a house that at some point was developed. Every single person lives in a house that at some point was either in a farm or field or something was there before it turned into your house. And because of that opportunity to live in those developed places, you've been able to raise your families, have memories, whether it's in a dumpy student apartment in a basement or a beautiful house on something, a developer went out and got it done so that you could have those opportunities. The first slide up there was why here, why now? When we went to the neighborhood meeting, and Robert was very kind to say it's well attended and lots of people spoke, in my 25 years of doing development, it was probably the most offensive meeting I've ever been a part of. It got very personal. They called me unethical, disingenuous, a liar, lots of yelling, finger pointing. Tonight when I came in, this gentleman here accosted me and called me a liar. That's what I get to deal with when I'm doing this, so that people can have opportunity to live somewhere nice. So why here, why now? Number one reason, why here, why now is location. This location is 1.33 acres in Provo, which, as a developer, that's nearly impossible to find 1.33 acres of contiguous land without having to tear down a bunch of houses or going to the outskirts of town. The stadium is part of BYU campus, so we are across the street from the campus. Again, when I talked about the neighborhood, they sometimes mixed fact with yelling and saying it really loud. It became a fact, but one of the ladies at that meeting, and Robert was there, said not a single student, not one, will walk from this project to campus. Not one. So I stopped the meeting and said, to be clear, what you're saying is not a single person that lives right next to campus is going to walk to BYU. They doubled down and said, not one. So when we're trying to figure out this with the neighborhood, I feel like we're competing against ourselves, because I don't think there's anything in this world that we're going to be able to do that is going to appease the neighborhood. But number one is location. We have a prime location that's kind of on an island. Robert had the slide up there. We have a hill on one side that blocks all view of the neighborhood. You can't see this project from the neighborhood. There's one house that is affected by the view, but that house is looking over the apartment complexes in the stadium. But there's one house that sits up on the hill that can see our project. It's surrounded by the stadium, a hill, and then apartment complexes on the north side and the west side. It fits perfectly into this neighborhood. We got the traffic study back today. The traffic is going to collect on Canyon Stadium. To park on Stadium, you're going to have to go 0.2 miles away from the stadium. or from our project to park into their neighborhood. But location is the number one reason why we should be doing this now. Growth is the next one. You guys all know the problem of growth in Utah County. The numbers right now say that there's going to be 1 million people moving into Utah County by 2050. That's a lot of people. If we don't repurpose and use the existing land that we have, all that's going to happen is urban sprawl. It's going to start pushing people, and it already is happening. They're pushing people down to Payson, Santaquin, and all of those people are driving into Provo every single day. And that's what happens when you have these great pieces of land and you don't repurpose them to actually move the dial and helping out what this problem is going to be and is. My office sits on 800 North, and it's not a scientific study, but over the last 5 years of sitting there and watching 800 North, not just the construction that's going on right now, but every single day, the line is now a mile long coming down out of the canyon and coming back up onto 8th North. And I see it every day, and it's changed dramatically in the last 5 years. And that's because of urban sprawl. People have to drive into Provo for their jobs. They have to drive into Provo for their schooling. We have the chance to prevent that by doing an impactful project that is a walkable, sustainable project right there. Transportation. We are, the UVX is on the other side of the stadium. So from our apartment complex, you walk around the back of the stadium, and that is, you can get anywhere in the world walking from our project. Anywhere in the world. You can walk out, get on the UVX, get at the airport, and fly to Russia. I mean, you can get anywhere in the world from our project walking. Affordability. Affordability is a huge issue, not just in Provo, but in Utah County, Utah. I said this in the neighborhood meeting. We have been discovered. Provo is always a number 1, number 2, top 5 city in the country to live. We are no longer hidden. We are no longer a rural place. We are discovered. People are coming here in droves to be part of Provo and part of what this great community is kind of put together and why people want to live here. If we don't use and repurpose these buildings, all that happens, again, it gets back to urban sprawl, and more importantly than that is affordability. Kids and students can't afford single-family detached homes on big plots of land. They can't. If we reduce this project too much, we can probably still do that financially, but all we have to do is jack up the kids' rates. I mean, then it just becomes unaffordable. If the least amount of housing we can put on there, the exact inflect of that is higher rents for the kids. Right now, as we have it currently contemplated, that's what we really want to do. But again, in the spirit of compromise, we went to the neighborhood meeting, and again, it was completely and totally offensive what happened there, and we didn't even discuss the project. We didn't discuss the elevations. We didn't discuss the materials. The only thing we discussed was not in my backyard. That's all. That's all we talked about, and it was said very forcefully and very loud. The next day, Paul Evans and the co-chairs of the neighborhood meeting, they came to our office, and we sat down for a couple hours and had a very productive meeting on what was really the neighborhood's concerns. Their concerns were traffic, parking, and the size of the building. So we went out and got a traffic study done, and in the traffic study, there's 2 major traffic study people in Utah County, and it's Hales Engineering and Horrock. Those are the 2 guys that know more than anybody on the planet. The top line, off-campus student housing, number of units 120, drive-in bank, that line right there, total trips daily, 430 trips will be generated from our apartment complex. The current use of UCCU, they have 1,602 parking, or people coming in and out on a daily basis. In the meeting, I didn't have the traffic study, but I've been doing this for 25 years. I told the neighborhood folks, I've been doing this for 25 years. Commercial is always higher than apartments. It always is. I've never in my life been involved in a traffic study where that exact number didn't kind of bear out. And again, since I didn't have the empirical data, that's not true, but this is one of the most respected traffic engineers in the county, and they've signed and stamped this report. So it's a massive reduction in traffic. Parking. It was also told us that night, very loud and emphatically and factually, that there is absolutely no parking in the apartment complexes around. They named one specifically. So, of course, Joe and I went that night. Went over to the apartment complex. It's 163 units. They had 205 parking spaces, and at 8:35 at night, there was 72 empty spaces. We sat there for 15 minutes, took all the pictures, counted the cars coming in. Not a single car from 8:35 to 8:50, and I know that's only 15 minutes. Not a single car came in or out, and 3 couples came walking in. Nobody left the apartment complex. 3 couples came in. 2 of the couples had backpacks. 1 of the couples had grocery bags. Walking. Not a single car came and left. We thought that might be an anomaly. We went back at 8:30 in the morning, and there was 85 empty spaces in the parking lot at 8:35 in the morning. Called the management company. The apartment complex is 100% full and occupied. And so they're parked at exactly the 1.25 parking ratio that we were looking for. But that is fact. There's no conjecture there. There's no hyperbole. That is just what the facts of the thing are. But again, back to the elevations, Joe. In the spirit of compromise, they said they wanted the building height lower. And there was no rhyme or reason because it doesn't block anybody's view. It's not blocking out TIMP. It doesn't affect the neighborhood at all from a height perspective because you don't see it. But in the spirit of compromise, and again, negotiating against ourselves, we said, okay, in trying to appease the neighborhood and make this something that will be palatable for them, let's sink the building so that first level is now a basement, take a full story off the building, and see what that does. So on that corner, on the left corner, we're 50 feet. We're from elevation to the top of the building 50 feet, and we're 59 feet on the other side of the corner. So in the spirit of compromise, we've taken 12 feet out of the building. I wish there was a very clear answer why we did that, but the only answer is just it's out of compromise and trying to be neighborly. In doing so, we had to wrap the building around where we had some open parking on the back, and now that's a covered space, which for us is more expensive to build. And again, the end effect is it's just going to become a little less affordable as of a project because of this compromise, which is, it's a bummer because affordable housing is such a difficult thing. But that is the end effect. And right now, Joe, if you go back to the other slide of the things that are the comparable, that is an actual topoed map of the buildings and the surroundings of what that is. And that, like Robert said, is the new iteration. That's not the 6-story, and that's not us lowering the building into the ground, or that he didn't have that, but that's what that is. That's the building lowered into the ground and a full story off. And that's how it fits in. So we're barely higher than the project that's north of us, and obviously we're a lot smaller than the stadium. And then my last comment is just kind of a personal thing. I have a kid that just got married, goes to BYU. They searched up and down Utah County to find something, and A, nothing was affordable. B, there was no vacancy. They couldn't find a place at all. And much to my chagrin, they now live in my house, which is not the greatest solution to all of this. But, there was a point where they're talking about going down to Springville, and exactly to my point, they were going to drive to BYU every single day, find parking somewhere, cause traffic, cause congestion, and drive back. Again, causing the exact inverse on the way out. This is a major problem. The day that we had our neighborhood meeting on August 20th, an article came out in the Daily Herald that said that married housing is a massive problem in the city of Provo. KSL, he just showed me an article that came out today. Affordable housing in Utah County is nearly impossible to find. So that is essentially what I'm talking about. But again, all of this goes back to location. This project doesn't make sense anywhere else. And having a 1.3 contiguous piece of land this close to campus that's really not going to affect the neighborhood from a traffic standpoint or from a visual standpoint, that I think is the highest and best use of land. And I guess the last thing too is at that neighborhood meeting, somebody said that a majority of all the people in that neighborhood have apartments in their basements. They said a majority, and I don't know what that means. We didn't go do a study on that. But really, the traffic that's going in and out of their neighborhood is from all the apartments that the neighbors have in their apartments. And they're coming in on a daily basis, driving through their neighborhood, Our project is not going to drive through their neighborhood. Our project is going to empty out on Canyon, and our traffic study says it's very, very clear that it's going to stay an LA site, which is the highest, easiest, no congestion site for at least 5 years. Joe, is there anything that I forgot? Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Ms. Urquiaga.
Yes, I'm curious about the zoning. You've got it as campus mixed use instead of high-density residential, but it doesn't look like there's any sort of commercial type of stuff happening there. I'm just wondering why that choice.
In the campus, and Bill, you can probably answer that a lot better than me, but the understanding is in campus mixed use, you have the option to do mixed use or not. And because of Alpine Village, everybody went and thought mixed use is the way of the future, and then the entire bottom level of retail sat empty for 10 years, and they eventually converted them into apartments. It doesn't work.
The staff suggested the CMU zone rather than the campus high density zone because we intend to get the campus high density zone off of our books. We don't need that one in the mixed use zone also. And if once we get that off the books, if they had been zoned to that, we would have then made their building non-conforming. So that was the reason why we did it.
Okay, thank you.
And doesn't CMU have higher design standards? More, in terms of building materials, where the building sits, the landscaping, all of that?
The design standards would be the same for CMU and campus high density and mixed use and medium density. Okay. It's all the same design standards.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Ms. Wendon?
I'm just wondering what you anticipate your rents to be.
If we did the building that we were contemplating, we had already estimated that they're going to be about $900 to $1,000. And if we change it and have to cover up the backside of the building, we haven't estimated that project yet. In fact, we just got these elevations back today. It was a major project and we have a lot more detail and color boards out there if people want to see them after the meeting, but we're going to have to cover up a bunch of the parking in the back, and we don't know what that's going to cost yet, and it's going to be just a direct reflection of cost.
How many units, by reducing by 1 story in height, how many units are you losing from the project?
We're not going to lose units. It's just going to be more expensive to cover up what we have in the back. In fact, and I should have mentioned this, but we actually gained 11 parking spaces. We have to do a whole nother level of parking under what we were going to have, and we gained 11 spots.
So you've extended the building into that area. Okay. Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, so the current general plan designation would put this as commercial. What would this kind of corner look like if it were commercial? Would it be a hotel, or what would it be like?
It could be a hotel. I mean, that's nearly an impossible question. It could be anything. It could be a tattoo parlor.
Okay.
A disco. A company that builds speakers and tests them in the backyard.
But
But it could be anything, theoretically, yeah.
Right, okay.
And typically it would be a higher use, higher intensity use.
Higher intensity
Well, your
use.
parking, that was just from a bank. If you did the entire thing as a commercial center, your parking would probably triple on that number that we saw. You'd probably be at about 4,800 spots a day, or cars in and out a day.
And what would be our maximum height if this were some kind of commercial use?
75 feet.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a better view of the Freedom Festival is what you're saying.
You'd have to be about 130 feet to get actually seen at the stadium, but.
Commissioners, any other questions? Yes.
Your
Mr. Knudsen.
your entrances and exits, are they going to go on stadium?
We have one coming in from
Gonna go
stadium
on
and one
Canyon
going
Road.
out on, because you have to have 2 ingresses and egress, so it's on Canyon and stadium.
Both.
Yep. And, you could flip through to the site plan and see that, Joe.
Ms. Urquiaga?
I'm not sure if this is to you, or if it goes to the city, but is there any expectation of changing the traffic lights or anything like that as part of this development?
I would say because the traffic study came back that it is such, it's the least used artillery road that you can possibly have, that this project wouldn't warrant it at all. It's, in fact, the impact in the study says it will be a zero. I mean, it's a negligible impact.
Okay.
We do have city staff here that might be able to help with that.
But in fairness, the staff hasn't seen the traffic study, right?
Right.
So Shane Winters with Public Works. I have not seen the traffic study as of yet. As just generally looking at it, yeah, the assumption is between commercial and residential. Typically, commercial is a much higher traffic generator than residential. We would have to dive into the actual study to look at this, but from my opinion, I don't see that the traffic condition would substantially change where we would need to look at changing traffic signal, timing of those things. But again, dive into. I have not seen the traffic study yet. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right, thank you very much.
My parting shot to you and to the neighborhood is, with Paul and coming in the next day and figuring out what these problems are, we did compromise. We lowered the height of the building. We lowered the building. We took a story off the building. We increased the parking. There in the neighborhood meeting, there was no comments on the elevation or the materials. But Joe, if you'll go back to the colored slide, I think it's one of the coolest buildings that will be built in Provo. I think it's when they say this is going to detract from the neighborhood. If you look at the apartments north of us, this does not detract from the neighborhood. If you look at the building we're taking down, this does not detract from the neighborhood. I think this is going to be a really thought out, utilized project, and I hope that the neighbors in their comments at least recognize the spirit of compromise that we've gone through, and the time and the expense and the effort to try to appease what I think is going to be an unappeasable audience. But we have tried, and we've been sincere about it, and we've done what we can.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. And after we end the public comment portion of the hearing, then we'll invite you back up to address any questions or concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so
By the way, the architects are here too. So if anybody from the neighborhood has architect questions, they're here.
Thank you. All right, so we will open up this part of the hearing on items 1, 2, and 3 for public comment, beginning with neighborhood chairs. And again, I'm going to remind everyone that we have a 5-minute time limit for the neighborhood chair and 3 minutes for members of the community. So is the neighborhood chair from Pleasant View present, and would he like to address items 1, 2, and 3? Whoops, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Evans. I'm chair for the Pleasant View neighborhood. Just a point of order, really. We've got 3 items. And generally for each item, as chair, we have 10 minutes or at least as long as the applicant generally. And so I'm just saying that you're putting us at a very distinct disadvantage to take all 3 items, which have some very complex issues to resolve, and to narrow that down into 5 minutes. So,
Staff, would you like to break this down into first discussing the general plan amendment, secondly, the zoning amendment, and thirdly, the project plan for public comment?
That's up to you, Chair. Yeah, that's absolutely fine with us.
If that will satisfy your needs, then we will do that.
not only satisfy the needs, but I think it'll help to focus the discussion. Because if we're now just going to discuss item 1, which is the request to modify the general plan so that the land use for the current UCCU property is changed from a commercial plan for the future to residential in use as a neighborhood, or at least as the chair, and as I don't know of any concern that exists on that issue. And it'd be nice to be able to just move one item off the list and move forward. So I would say, do it.
That was the clarification that I had. Chair, do you want to take one item all the way through public hearing, make a motion, and then move on to the next one? I mean, if we're separating them out, to me, it would seem that would be the best way to do it.
I agree. Let's proceed that way. So right now, we're just discussing item 1.
Thank you so
the
much.
general plan
I just,
amendment.
just knowing, there's just so many issues to address, and it's going to be easier to kind of set some things aside and move on to the ones that has some difficulty. But I also point out that staff received, changes in the plan today. As a neighborhood, we've not received that. Last week, sent emails to Silverado saying, hey, the staff report has to come out soon. We've talked about some modifications. Is there any chance that you have any of these ideas in place so that we can kind of address those?
Okay, Mr. Evans, this is part of the difficulty of trying to separate these 3
Sure.
items. Is now
Okay.
you're already talking
But
about the site
I'm just saying,
development.
I'm just saying that as a point, as we go forward, please consider the fact that as a neighborhood, we have seen none of these proposals. We had a neighborhood meeting to review the 6-story. We had a neighborhood meeting to review the the plans that were in place in October, see, Robert, you made me say October, August 20th. And I'm just saying that
the power of influence.
I know it's strong in that one. But anyway, I'm just saying that we haven't had a chance to review any of this. And so please take that in consideration as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other neighborhood chairs present who would like to speak to item 1 only? And that is the amendment to the general plan designation.
Sharon Mehmet, as you mentioned what is possible in currently commercial zoning, I wondered if, at least looking specifically at this, if very many commercial projects would have the same density and intensity and mass that this one would. Yes, they could be 75 feet, but would they be able to be 75 feet and still have what's required for the amount of parking for whatever they would be building there? And so I don't know if we would have quite the same intensity as this project if we kept it commercial.
We're talking right now about land
Yes.
use and not about zoning.
Right, but.
So
okay.
item 1 just deals with
All right.
changing the general plan's land use designation.
Right, as opposed to being residential.
Either commercial, and he wants to change it to residential, right? Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to address item 1, the general plan amendment? Are there any members of the public who would like to address item 1, the general plan amendment?
In our last meeting I attended, Dave, he was there. Tonight, I hear them and I want to say thank you to Silverado management. And I can see the whole team here and I want to shake their hand before I take my place. I offer in the last meeting, whatever the outcome with their project here in Provo, I got a land in the island of Tonga. If they consider to pursue, go with me to Tonga, and I'll give them a waterfront site, build a project there, and these people will come there for vacation. So whatever the outcome, Giovanni, I wish everything will work your way to bless the life of our community. And if not, it's an option. Come with me to the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonga is a beautiful place. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address item 1, the change in land use designation?
I'm Brent Barnett again, and I disagree a bit with Paul on this because I think that changing that to residential is maybe not the perfect thing, that it should maybe be that you could have a little shop there. You could have a 7-Eleven, whatever kind of shop you might want there. I think it is a mistake to completely say that will be residential in our land use plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 1?
Yeah, my name's Werner Woodworth. I've lived in the neighborhood 40 years, raised 10 kids, now raising some grandkids. And I've been a strong advocate of the credit union all these years because it's focused on helping the community, not like the banks. But I want to keep this residential. I just know that improves the quality of life for all of us who've lived there for all these years. We don't need more businesses. We've had others attempt to build all kinds of businesses or get approval or licenses for that. And I think part of the beauty of Pleasant View neighborhood, if any of you have ever been there, driven through there, walked that neighborhood and smell the flowers, you know how sweet and wonderful and beautiful it is. It's not the Garden of Eden, but it's pretty close. So I'd like to keep that rather than change the system as you're considering tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 1?
Richard Isaacson, resident in the Pleasant View area. My question is a bit of a clarification, but if this item 1 is the change in zoning, is that correct?
No, sir. It's a change in the general plan which designates what kind of zoning could be used in future on that site.
Yes, the question I want to raise is, what would, if this is granted, then what would stop another developer who comes in and tries to buy up homes and further this, let's say, multiple family dwelling purpose further into the neighborhood? It feels to me like there could be encroachment from other developers if this is started. This sets a precedent for, in a sense, eroding a neighborhood in order to provide multiple family dwelling where single family dwellings and small basement apartments have. Is that part of the issue that we ought to consider here? I'm kind of wanting a clarification.
We will be discussing that. Right now, we're talking about changing the land we're talking about right now, the site, is future land use on our general plan, which is our guiding legal document for the city of Provo, is commercial. So we are actually the applicant is actually asking for a lower intensity use to residential.
Yes.
Residential can take many forms. It could be a single house, it could be, an apartment. So the zoning will be the next item that we'll talk about, and that will be what fits within the land use.
So
I know it's a little complicated.
Could you assure us that this won't lead to possible encroachment of other developments like this into single dwelling family areas? That's my concern.
I would let staff talk to that.
No, we can assure you that those applications would have to go through this same process.
It seems like this process is in favor of the current proposal, and so that leads me to be concerned. The next time it's developed, then housing could move further up Stadium Avenue because somebody has sold 4 homes there, and now there's room for another multiple family residential unit to be put in, and that's what I would fear. So I want to raise that question and let you know that that's a concern.
Yeah, somebody could certainly propose that. I think that wouldn't have nearly the support from staff that this does, because this is on the intersection of an arterial road and a local road that functions as a collector, it seems like this has justification that that one wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. Any other comments on item 1? Okay, if not, oh, one more?
I don't know what commercial use might.
Your name, please?
Please state your
Robert
name.
Davis, yes. I don't know what commercial use might go there as an alternative, but I am concerned about converting all of the local commercial spaces or a move to convert local commercial spaces, in that I view that as an increasing intensity. Because right now, I walk to the bank. Now that's, UCCU's moving, they decided to move. But there are other commercial things along there. Albertsons used to be not very far. That was a walking thing. And so those are both places I now have to drive. And so if we want to limit driving, converting the available commercial spaces to residential actually causes a problem. And I don't know if that's been part of the analysis, but I hope it would be.
Thank you.
So I don't know if there's any comment on whether that was analyzed, the availability of commercial space and the impact of that on driving.
Thank you. We'll address all these questions after we close the public comment section. Any other comments on item 1? All right, we will close the public comment portion of item 1 only at this time and turn it back over to the applicant if there were any questions you want to answer about the change in the general plan.
I just wrote down some quick notes, but the Edgemont chair said that commercial would have less impact. We've proven that in a traffic study that's not accurate. The impact will be more. They said it'd be nice if we had a quaint neighborhood shop there for what we're paying for the land. There's no neighborhood quaint shop that will ever locate in that location. That will be impossible. And the encroachment, this isn't starting doing multifamily housing in this area. We've had multifamily housing against the wall of this for 40 plus years. I assume that's how old that building is. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Steph, did you have any comments on the general plan change? No? Okay. All right. So I will turn it back over to the commissioners to discuss and/or make a motion. And this is just for item 1, a general plan amendment from commercial to residential for the site that we're discussing this evening. Any comments? My only comment is by reducing the intensity of future land use to residential from commercial, I think it helps protect the neighborhood. This commercial could be much more intensive use. So I'll be looking for a motion or further discussion on item 1, just for the general plan amendment, and this will be a recommendation to Municipal Council. Ms. Winden?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
That the Planning Commission forward with a positive recommendation to the City Council. Item 1, Silverado Management requests a general plan amendment from commercial to residential for the property located at 1900 North Canyon Road to facilitate a 120 or 121 unit apartment building for married student housing.
Right, and it looks as though there was a condition that staff had on their recommendations. Would you like to include that?
Oh, yes. The staff recommendation number 1.
And did you want to go ahead and read that in for me? Thank you.
If development permits for the proposed site are not approved within 3 years from the date of the approval, the general plan map designation for the subject property will revert to the current C designation. If it can be shown that development permits are actively being pursued, a time extension may be granted by the Development Services Director commensurate with the anticipated time needed to secure such approvals.
Great, thank you. Do we have a second for Ms. Winden's motion? Seconded by Mr. Knutson. All those in favor of forwarding a positive recommendation for item 1 to Municipal Council?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so that was unanimous. We'll forward a positive recommendation for a change to the general plan in item 1. Okay, item 2, I'll just read it again since we've separated them out. Item 2, Silverado Management Team requests a zone change from public facilities to campus mixed use for approximately 1.34 acres. I've just had a request for a quick break from some of my commissioners. So excuse us, we're going to take 5 minutes. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. So, with my hand on the Bible, these guys have been working around the clock. Architects to get it done. The meeting was August 20th, and we are 21 days later. We've revamped the entire project. So it came. We got it this morning. We all aspire to be educated and Christians and all these other things. And this is something that I've never seen in 25 years of doing it. I went home and I said, I've never seen anything like it. Oh, it was exciting. I'll tell you, it was a barn burner. Didn't just go dark. Paul said, hey, we are working on it, but we can't push it. We push it hard. And there's some stuff out there that I put out a lot. They literally just came off the printer and we just stuck them out there. And I'm probably going to put these out there so people can see too the new iterations. Thank you. I appreciate that. Black magic into this earth. I hate to think of it. I don't even, that's the worst thought I've ever heard. Yeah. That is crazy to even think about. No. Yep. We are 100% neighborly behind it. And it's 6 times a year, whatever it is, we will have it so that we work with everybody and it's pleasing everybody.
I don't want to interrupt. I wanted to talk to you. I didn't know what you were saying. Necessary. I did this whole process done now. This is a proposal in the neighborhood. A lot of people are wondering now, and we won't have the staff plans as an assistant. It's already
For me, though, clarify it. Quantify it. Say, tell me why, because I don't understand just, I don't want it. I mean, if you say I don't like brown doors, say because I like blue. In a, okay, so. But can you say anything positive about it? And I did. I'm a nice, reasonable human being. The definition of a compromise is both parties walk away unhappy. We're super bummed that we lost the story, and you're super bummed that we didn't go down another one. And I think that's about where the compromise, that's where the compromise comes in. I don't think a compromise there is where one party's super happy and the other party is devastated. I don't think that's a good compromise. Not to make you feel any better, but the staff that wanted to do 6 stories, they're not on our own. We want to be neighborly. We took the story off the building, and we were still going to get the recommendation to do 6 stories. So we did that out of the sheer. Because I think that they're not thinking of the neighborhood. They are thinking locally. They're thinking citywide. A million people are coming in here. What are we going to do? How are we going to prevent traffic? Environmental issues.
All right, we are resuming the commission hearing. So if everyone will please take their seats.
Thank you so much.
Now I don't like you.
So we'll resume the hearing with item 2. And this is a request for rezoning from public facilities to campus mixed use. Staff, did you want to speak to item 2? Staff? Mr. Mills, did you want to speak to item 2 in any more detail? That's just for the rezoning?
I just wanted to just say that for item 2, I'll just go through these 2 slides to refresh everybody. So currently, the property is zoned public facilities. That allows many different uses, primarily related to school facilities or things like public uses. A bank would probably be considered non-conforming in that situation. The proposed zoning is to change from public facilities to campus mixed use, which allows for residential uses. There is a possibility of having a bit of commercial, but it's not a requirement. Okay,
So it
any
can
other
be
question?
primarily residential.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Mills about okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Hunter, did you want to speak to your rezoning request for item 2 only, please?
I would just repeat, I have no idea no, same exact speech.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, then we will open up item 2 to public comment, and I will first invite the neighborhood chair of the Pleasant View neighborhood to speak to item 2, which is the rezoning of this property.
Thank you so much. If I could get that first slide up with the map, it'd be really helpful. Thank you. So, Commission, you have a copy of this map in front of you, and I'm just going to try to give you a vision of the neighborhood. And I know that the zoning issue is one of a particular parcel, but the issue is one of how does that zone and the use on that parcel fit into the existing structures and the existing uses in the neighborhood. So, just to orient you here, Canyon Road is running top to bottom here, and the proposed Timpanogos Towers development is here. You can see it says 6 on it because as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, the neighborhood understood that it was a 6th-floor development. So we're changed that to a 5, I guess. You have then in the numbers, the number of floors in the existing high-density residential properties throughout the Pleasant View neighborhood. There is no other residential neighborhood in Provo that has the diversity of housing that we have. We have integrated that, and it's been a great opportunity in terms of having single-family homes and high-density residential. I think we can be proud of the diversity of housing that we have, because in addition to the high-density residential, this is actually in a north neighborhood, but it's 4 stories in height. We have some apartments that are just shown here in blue. We have some planned developments here with Garden Villa and others here on Canyon or off of 2200 North. And just as a comparison, across the street from the neighborhood, we have the BYU Y-View, which is 3 stories in height. So the open red circles indicate large parcels that either are used as vacant property or current or as a parking lot. For example, here for BYU, part of this circle down here is a parking lot. And then, of course, there's a large intramural field up here. But I just point those out to indicate that these are all places where potential development could occur in the future on an existing vacant, undeveloped piece of property. So we always have that as a major component of how does development occur and where is it likely to occur in the future. And I really want you to focus in on this purple square here, which is 38 homes. It's the All Red subdivision. This has some of the smallest lots in the neighborhood, and it has some of the smallest homes in the neighborhood. It represents a type of housing that is not present in the rest of the neighborhood. In fact, if you look for that sort of structure, it's very difficult to find homes of that type and particularly cost They're at low level to mid-entry level in terms of the values of the homes. And even across the street in the condos here, we've got townhomes and apartments, or townhomes that are, again, entry level on a relative scale. So everything that happens along Canyon Road here has a big impact on the Allred subdivision. And as we build larger and larger complexes and get closer to that neighborhood, we run the risk of losing it. It becomes one that's not desirable anymore, and we can't maintain it, and then it goes in another direction. We're trying to say, here is a component of the neighborhood that is very valuable, trying to keep that intact. So with that, also the red circle just indicates that as a neighborhood, we're zoned for the supplemental or accessory dwelling unit, and we have lots of that in the neighborhood. We have lots of housing that this neighborhood is providing for Provo City over a long period of time. So a couple of slides that I'm going to pass by. We go, can I control it up here? Is there a controller?
And I'm just going to remind you, Mr. Evans, that we're talking about the rezoning right now, not the site plan or the project plan.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get past these slides. So what does the general plan say about development in the Pleasant View neighborhood? In August of 2010, the general plan was updated, and there's a very clear definition about higher density residential housing and how it should develop. And it says the type of zones that would be expected, the R2, R3, R4, and that the expansion of these types of high density residential should occur. The change to campus mixed use zone is in opposition to the general plan. Look at the R4 that currently exists. We've got density, front yard setback, which I point out, the neighborhood, all the developments have at least 20 feet of landscape setback, not just concrete. We've got 1.5 parking per unit, 55 maximum, and a lot coverage of no more than 50%. The R5 is not included in the general plan for the neighborhood. It's a higher density. And campus mixed use is the highest density, high density residential in the city. It has no limit for the density. Its height is 75 feet and lot coverage is no more than 75%. So asking for a campus mixed-use zone is not consistent with the general plan. The applicant has not requested an amendment to the general plan to allow for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to speak to item 2?
Sharon Mehmet, and just north of here in Edgemont. I just wanted to reiterate what Paul said, campus mixed use is, I would almost say a sprawl of what's considered the campus area that Mr. Pepperone mentioned, that campus has its own standard, and that's not what this residential neighborhood is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to address item 2? Okay, are there any members of the public who would like to speak to item 2? And again, please state your name for the record.
Rich Ziegler, Pleasant View neighborhood. It's my understanding that the campus mixed-use zone was originally specifically created when the south of campus areas were built, And of course, that neighborhood character has totally changed. They removed a school and have done a lot of things. And so, I really think we're kind of cramming a square peg in a round hole by making such a big jump in change. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler.
Hi, I'm Andrea Fenley from the Pleasant View neighborhood, and I agree that campus mixed use doesn't fit, even though they say that the proposed plan that we're not talking about is just going to be married housing and not actually mixed use. I don't like that it has the possibility because the zone has been changed to CMU and the density doesn't work in our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ryan Bidoff of the Pleasant View neighborhood. I just want to reiterate what's been said. I don't see the reasoning why campus mixed use is being proposed. The only thing that I can see as I look at the table there that Paul's provided is that there's no limit to the density. And it's not consistent with the general plan. It's not consistent with the look and feel of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thaleen Barrett, Pleasant View. I just wanted to mention that we've lived in the neighborhood for 37 years, and every time someone wants to change something, they say, well, 20 years down the road, this neighborhood will be completely different, because that's what happens to neighborhoods. And we searched when we came to Provo, we searched for the perfect neighborhood for our family and happened to find a house that was for sale in this one. And it has been perfect, and it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed the 20 years before we came, and it hasn't changed all the time we have been here. People change houses all the time. Some rent, some buy. But the character of that neighborhood is so wonderful that people search it out, and people stay there, and people pass it on. And that's what I really hate to see changed.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Watkins. I am a member of the Pleasant View neighborhood as well. My wife and I purchased a home there a few years ago before starting law school at BYU, and we have loved our time in the Pleasant View neighborhood. The reason I'm standing before you this evening is to first thank you for your service. This is not fun. It may be for you, but I can't imagine that this is where you want to be on a beautiful Wednesday evening. But I appreciate the staff service and the time that they've spent preparing this information for us, and we greatly appreciate your time as members of the community. In relation to this particular project and the changing in the zoning, it is concerning to me that the neighborhood as it is does not have a single building with of this size, of this nature, of its mass, of its density, and that raises concerns to me. Truth be told, I'm a developer at heart. If I could split my lot into 10-foot squares and put little houses on it, I would do that. But that is not why I purchased my house in this neighborhood, and that's not why I live here currently. I commute between Provo and Salt Lake every day. It's a terrible commute, but I love the Pleasant View neighborhood, and so that's why I do it. My wife and I have been here for 5 years now. We're competing with some bigger numbers over here, but we plan to be here for a significant period of time. Our house is the one house that Mr. Hunter referenced that would have its view blocked. I'm not necessarily concerned about my view as much as I am the largest building within, I don't know, maybe at least a half a mile being plopped right in our backyard. So like many have said, it seems that it's very incongruent with the surrounding areas to have what would be one of the largest buildings in Provo nestled in that little area. I don't know or haven't reviewed the materials that the staff has looked at. I appreciate their efforts and their time to make a recommendation to the commission. I hope that as you continue to evaluate this, that you'll take into account that the members of this community care deeply about Provo. We care deeply about the Pleasant View neighborhood, and we want development. We're not anti-development. I want to see this community grow, and I want to see it grow in a successful manner and in a way that benefits the community as a whole. I thank you for your time. Appreciate it, and once again, really appreciate the commission's efforts and the time that you've taken to listen to the different members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins.
Jan Hilton, and I'm motivated to stand up after the last woman, Thaleen Barrett, who spoke of living here for 37 years. And she lived on Stadium Avenue, which was an avenue filled with young children when she moved here. And as they have grown and gone on, life has regenerated itself. And it's this way throughout the entire neighborhood. When the original families have died or gone to facilities, the homes have regenerated with the young families. And I am concerned about all the children on the streets, particularly Stadium Avenue, with that much increase in cars. And there is no way you can function without a light on Stadium and 9th Avenue if you've got an extra 150, 170 cars that are going to pour in. Now, of course, they could go on Canyon Road. What concerns me personally is if they go up Stadium and then turn and loop through and go out onto University Parkway, then they're going through more and more neighborhoods filled with young children and little old ladies.
Thank you.
My name is Renee Manwaring, and I live in the Pleasant View neighborhood. And since I heard about this, I've just been trying to understand why rezone to CMU. If it's, even though, you said the bottom floors, we're not going to have commercial things in there. But now I can see why you want CMU, because it's no limit to the density if we zone it that way. And I kind of think that makes it a little bit harder to control. But anyway, I'd rather have it be a different type of residential, but not the unlimited density.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael Crookston with Pleasant View. I guess my concern with the CMU mixed use is the precedents that it may set. We've been demonstrated already that developers will look to other buildings in the area as an example for why they want to build their building. David Hall has already expressed interest on the other side of the Pleasant View neighborhood. And are we setting a precedence now to further erode the neighborhood from other directions by changing this zoning to CMU? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 2? All right, seeing none, I will close this portion of the hearing on item 2 to public comment.
Will I have time to read?
Yes, and I will invite the applicant, Mr. Hunter, to respond to any of the issues he heard expressed.
First of all, on the CMU bill, and I think this would be more of a city council thing, but we'd be totally willing to stipulate that our site plan going along with the change, that if we got CMU, that we aren't going to do a bait and switch on the neighborhood and say, okay, now we have unlimited, we go higher and go back. We will stipulate that our site plan and what we're contemplating is what we will do. And that's probably not for right now, but that.
Then what you should say is that you're willing to enter into a development agreement with City Council that would tie your hands to what you've proposed.
Yes, so that even though we would be allowed in the CMU to go higher and be more dense, we would stick to what we say we're doing, and we'd stipulate to that and sign it. Paul, you and I have had a great working relationship, so this goes against you a little bit, but regentrification, he said that if we build this project, it's going to start lowering the property values of everything around, and that neighborhood is going to fall in disrepair just north there. That's not the case. Whenever you regentrify a neighborhood, property values always go up. When we go put a $30 million asset in the outskirts of your neighborhood and we maintain it and clean it, and we're very motivated to make sure it's nice because that's how we make our money. Right now, they're looking at a parking lot that's completely cracked and full of weeds, and it's an old, ugly building. We will raise the tide on the entire neighborhood and property values.
Come on.
That's just fact. That's you.
Excuse me, I would ask the public to please refrain from remarking while he's talking. We've already closed this portion to public comment.
And then again, I said this when I talked, that we have compromised. We lowered the building into the ground, so that bottom level is actually a basement, so it's actually not a level. And it's not just technically, it is a 4-story building. And that's, again, during the break, I had some neighbors come up and say, "Hey, Dave, I really appreciate that you guys have compromised." And that's we came in saying that we were going to do a 6-story thing, and we have compromised. And I hope that is, and I know it has. I've heard some positive feedback. And outside of that little outburst that we just heard, this is a very nice. This is not the neighborhood that we ran into at the neighborhood meeting. They've been very pleasant.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Hunter? No, okay, thank you. Right.
Can I just make one comment for clarification? I just wanted to address one item that Mr. Evans brought up about CMU not being consistent with the Pleasant View neighborhood and the general plan. The CMU zone was enacted in April of 2013, which was after the general plan was adopted, this version of the general plan. So in light of that, we have to go to the purpose of the zone. And in the purpose and objective of this zone is the campus mixed use zone is established to provide high density housing and a mix of residential and commercial uses near Brigham Young University. The densities permitted by the zone are intended to encourage redevelopment of land for residential uses where property values are high and demolition is necessary. The uses typically permitted in this zone are apartments, batching apartments, condominiums, and commercial services for the convenience of those living in the area, neighborhood commercial. Because the applicant's requesting a zone that wasn't specifically mentioned in the general plan, we have to apply how it's going to be interpreted, which is why staff supported the applicant's request for CMU, because the purpose and objective of the zone seems to be consistent with the general plan designation for this area. The other thing that I just wanted to make mention of is density. Just because it says no limit on density, that doesn't mean that you can go out and put 100,000 units on 1 acre. Density is automatically limited by the size of the site, the requirements of parking, the requirements of setbacks and things like that, building height. So it allows the developer or the applicant to come up with the best situation and scenario based on the site. It's easy to imply a number, but that number is automatically dictated by the site, the location, the context. So I just wanted to address that for clarification.
Thank you. I had one question that I had noted that was commented on, and that was precedence setting for the neighborhood. The fear of other projects like this being proposed. Would you like to address that?
Yeah, it's been known for some time that an individual has been, for a time, was buying houses in Pleasant View with ideas to do other things. And the staff has always been very protective of the single-family area of Pleasant View, that it should remain single-family. And we try to take that tact with many of our pioneer neighborhoods. Pleasant View isn't exactly a pioneer neighborhood, but it certainly has some of the older housing stock. For someone to look at this project and say, well, then that justifies me creeping further up Stadium Avenue, we would see a big difference in this site and further east on Stadium. As soon as you start moving past the BYU parking lot and the stadium, it turns into single-family homes very quickly. We believe the city is committed to keeping Pleasant View neighborhood, single-family detached area, a protected area, protected as that use.
Thank you, Mr. Pepperoni. Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I can't think of anything more disruptive to a neighborhood than a stadium. There's probably not more noise from an oil refinery. There's not as many people at an oil refinery. There's not as many cars or fireworks or concerts at an oil refinery. I can't imagine a more disruptive, more traffic. I just can't imagine a more disruptive element in a neighborhood. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something more disruptive, but it is right there, and the neighborhood is obviously doing really well, and there's a lot of wonderful people that live there, and they get along even with the stadium. And I don't see this as being more disruptive than a stadium. I see it as being pretty quiet compared to a stadium. And yeah, I don't see a reason to deny this zone change. There are alternatives with campus high density and high density residential, but I'm not sure that those would be too different from what we're seeing. I think they would be pretty comparable in size. They might have fewer people, but I think they would be comparable in size, to be honest. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Ms. Wyndon?
I would just like to first thank everybody who's come out. I have a lot of empathy listening to you, and just want to say that I first became involved in the community and kind of the political process when I live in a pioneer neighborhood, downtown Provo. And so I've seen my share of homes being converted into duplexes and triplexes, and then larger units coming in where they've demolished a home or two. And I've learned a lot, my time being a neighborhood chair and working in my neighborhood, and I've learned especially a lot being here on the Planning Commission. And I can honestly say that Provo really does value the single-family home neighborhood. And if you look at the zoning throughout the city, they have taken great care to just highlight those areas where there's where they can allow high-density growth. And I used to be against high-density growth. I was one of those that was a single-family home, do or die kind of person. But I can honestly say that Provo really has come a long way in upholding zoning and protecting family neighborhoods. And so, you know, some of the concerns that you've had about, are other developers going to come in and want to tear down homes? They might want to, but they're not going to be allowed by zoning to do that. And your neighborhood and my neighborhood and all the other single-family neighborhoods in Provo are being very vigorously upheld and defended. And so I just want to say I've been where you've been, but I've come to understand that Provo is not the sleepy community that used to be There's a lot of people that want to live here, a lot of students that want to come here. And within reason, and I think Provo takes a good, careful look at what is reasonable, but within reason, we do need to increase our density where it's appropriate. And I do believe that this site, going from a public facilities where there was a lot more traffic generated to this residential campus mixed use, I think you'll see a lot less traffic. And I don't have a problem with this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Wendon. Ms. Urquiaga?
Just a couple of things. Mr. Pepperoni, I think you said that the campus high density is going away as a zoning option. Is that correct?
Yes, once we wrote the Joaquin plan, we realized there was no need for both zones. And with a zoning ordinance that already is in the ridiculous range of pages, we'd like to get rid of any zones we don't need.
Okay, so that's really not an option for this area at this point.
You could, but then when we get rid of that zone, it creates a non-conforming situation that is not desirable either for the property owner or for the city. So we wouldn't recommend that.
Okay. And then I would just like to say, I also appreciate the comments that have been made. I live in a neighborhood that is very defensive of its single-family status, and I am really sympathetic to that. So I would not be in favor of encroaching into the actual single-family area of this neighborhood at all.
Any other comments, commissioners? Well, I guess I'll just add that I think a zone change from what's on the ground right now to campus mixed use is pretty appropriate. It's on the edge of BYU's campus. It's directly across from, to me, what, and I don't want to offend anyone, but I think the stadium's an eyesore. I mean, it's huge, and it's right next to single-family neighborhoods, and I know it's an iconic symbol of BYU, but it's not pretty. And I see this kind of development as kind of being a transition between the protected single-family neighborhoods to the interior, and this is a perimeter road that goes around the outside. I would agree with both Ms. Winden and Ms. Urquiaga that we all live in single-family neighborhoods who have development pressures, who live on or are bound by major corridors. My neighborhood's bound by 9th East and BYU. So there's a lot of pressure on that corridor as well, especially with transit now. So I think that this actual location is appropriate for this use. I think the topic of density is a topic that confuses a lot of people, because you could take a building that's, I like to use the example, 50 feet by 50 feet and 50 feet tall. And in terms of density, it's number of units. And you could make those all 4-bedroom units or all 1-bedroom units, and they both yield totally different density outcomes. So density is kind of a confusing term, and people get hung up on it. And I think what's more appropriate is to think about how this transitions from a large institutional use with transit right there at its doorstep to a single-family neighborhood. To me, it's more of a buffer than an incursion into the neighborhood. So I would support the zoning request as well. Any other comments, commissioners?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, I just want to add real quick. I am sympathetic to the Pleasant View neighborhood. They've seen a lot of change with the MTC, with the stadium, with the growth of the school. And that's not something that they probably anticipated when they bought their homes. So there are some growing pains there, but like you, I see this as not an erosion of the neighborhood, but as a buffer to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would support it.
Ms. Wyndon?
Are we ready for a motion? Okay. I move that Planning Commission forwards with a positive recommendation. Item number 2, Silverado Management requests a zone change from public facilities to campus mixed use for approximately 1.34 acres located at 1900 North Canyon Road, and include with that staff recommendations that all CRC comments are adequately resolved prior to the building permit approval of any proposed development, and 2, if the development permits for the proposed site are not approved within 3 years from the date of the approval, the zoning designation for the subject property will revert to the current PF designation. If it can be shown that development permits are actively being pursued, a time extension may be granted by the Development Services Director, commensurate with the anticipated time needed to secure such approvals.
Thank you, Ms. Wyndon. Do we have a second for Ms. Wyndon's motion?
I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Phillips. All those in favor of forwarding a positive recommendation on item 2 to Municipal Council?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, that was unanimous, so we will forward a positive recommendation to Municipal Council on item 2. Right, the last item in this set is item 3. And item 3, I'll just briefly review. Silverado Management requests project plan approval for a 120-unit apartment complex in a proposed campus mixed-use zone. Mr. Mills, again, will provide any additional details on item 3, and this is a project plan approval for commissioners to approve or disapprove.
Correct. Just again, 121 units was the latest revision as of today. 5 stories at a height of 55.8 feet. That's how I measured it. The applicant can clarify that. 121 units would normally require 182 parking stalls. The applicant is proposing 161 parking stalls. So a parking ratio of 1.33 stalls per unit rather than the 1.5 that's normally required. So if the Planning Commission feels that they want to recommend approval, then I would condition it based on the approval of, council approval of item number 5 that we heard earlier. Or if Planning Commission wants to continue that in coordination with the item number 5 that was continued earlier, that would be appropriate as well. But again, staff is, for the reasons that we've already discussed, staff is still supportive of this project. There will be continual CRC review, and just to make sure that all requirements of the CMU zone are adhered to. But any other questions that I can answer that I haven't?
Ms. Ellsworth?
Just to clarify, we shouldn't approve this site plan unless there is a condition for the item 5, because to do so without it would make it a non-conforming site plan?
Zoning wouldn't allow that.
Okay, so it just wouldn't do us any good. Okay. So they would just have to come back once, assuming that the council approved the general plan and zone change. They just have to come back to us to get their site plan approved.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is an administrative decision by the Planning Commission.
But they couldn't do that until maybe November, because item 5 will come back to us in October, and then it hits the council. And
yeah, that's why I said you can approve it if you add the condition
right.
that the council approves that item.
Gotcha.
Then it would go into effect automatically. If council chooses not to go forward with that, you can still approve it with a condition that it comes back for redesign according to the requirements of the CMU zone.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, thanks.
Could I just also clarify a little earlier? Mr. Hunter offered to enter into a development agreement to make certain that should this plan be approved this evening, that he would agree to the conditions, and this would all be stipulated, and would this be the correct place to stipulate that?
The development agreements go with the zone change. So before this goes to council for the zone change, we would have to have the development agreement signed by Mr. Hunter. So it could go to the council, signed by the developer, so they know exactly what he's proffering.
Okay.
So that would go with the zone change. It would prepare.
So do we need to revise our motion?
No, because that's what we would do.
Okay.
Staff would do as kind of standard operating procedure.
Okay.
The development agreement will be written by staff, and then Mr. Hunter would have to sign it.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions for staff? All right, I'd like to invite Mr. Hunter to present his project plan then. Or embellish or add any details we missed.
Again, just ditto on everything I've said before, but I did have just two last quick thoughts. In this neighborhood, if this project gets approved and built, you guys are inviting 120 couples of the smartest, most driven, most community-minded kids in the world coming into your neighborhood. I don't know if any of you have tried to get kids into BYU, but my kid had a 4.0 and maybe not a great ACT score, did not get into BYU. The kids that are getting into BYU these days are the smartest, most driven, faith, people of faith in the world coming into your neighborhood. We're not bringing in terrible people into this neighborhood. This is a great, great addition to the neighborhood. And then working with Bill, obviously as a developer, single student housing is a lot more profitable than married housing, but through the suggestion of the city, they wanted married housing because that is the massive need in Provo, is married housing. So another compromise that Joe and I have made is to make this a married housing project instead of a single student, which is a way more profitable enterprise. And that was just the compromise we made. It's less profitable, but we know that that's a need that the city has, and we, again, are trying to be good neighbors. And again, that was a compromise that we made. And those are my last two comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hunter? Ms. Urquiaga?
Yes. Let's collect my thoughts. So there have been a lot of questions from people in the neighborhood about some of the implications, and because of the way that you have compromised very admirably to accommodate some of those things, the information is incomplete. And I'm wondering what the effect on you is if we were to continue this until the other item 5 was complete and allow you to put some more information together that would strengthen your case. Is that really detrimental to your plans?
To the plans, it is not. To us, it is, because we're buying it off of UCCU, and if anybody's following the progress of UCCU, our closing date is directly tied to the completion of their building, and they are at the finish line.
Okay.
And so we can't, that's really detrimental. And at this point, knowing that the parking and knowing that the traffic is going to be 25% of what the bank is producing, I think that's what the major concern is. And outside of that, from the aesthetics of the building, we're dropping a story. There's not a lot to look at on what's going to be different from what we've proposed to what is going, except that we're reducing the size of the building, the height of the building.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, your architects are here. Is it possible to come up with the other 21 parking spaces and then meet the requirement?
it's, again, everything is possible with money. You can do anything with money. And if we wanted to go another third story into the ground, we could come up with that, but then it'll just be a direct reflection on the rents that the students are going to have to pay. It's about $25,000 a stall to make these stalls. So if we go down another level, we're talking multis, millions of dollars to get that done, and then it'll just directly reflect in rents. And that's a great question, though. With the project that I was talking about, where we went and looked at, was Cambridge Court. And in 1992, I was actually the first property manager there, and I was in charge of finishing out the construction of that building. And when we got done, I said, we have way too much parking. And they're like, well, that's the city ordinance, and I know things are changing, and they've kind of ebbed and flowed. But back then, from 92 to 93, we had a parking structure in the back of the building that was never occupied. There was never a car there. And then when Joe and I went out and took pictures, and we actually have a picture now of the whole thing done, there was 72 empty spots at a fully occupied apartment building at 8:30 at night. And I think that what speaks to is kids are walking to campus. It's equidistant from what the project is that we're talking about. And I think that in this project too, we will have empty spaces. And we have data from Cambridge Court which says exactly what we're talking about.
I have a question. Can you tell us about the amenities? It doesn't look like there's any green space, but what can you tell us about the overall structure?
So we've got about I do have a laser pointer. We've got a 20-foot buffer around the building of landscaping, and that entire inner courtyard right there is going to be, it's on top of the structure, but it's going to be planted, and we're going to have 2 hot tubs there. And I mean, there will be that entire space. If you go up one more, Joe. That entire space is, you got too happy with the buttons.
That's the top floor?
Yep, that's the top floor. And then there's a buffer around the entire building. Okay. And again, some people could call them compromises, but this is between Paul and I sitting down in very calm, sincere fashion of trying to find solution to this. Paul really insisted he used the 9th East building as the example that we couldn't be, where we were right on the sidewalk, where the original iteration of this was on the sidewalk. And with Paul and I and some other people, I mean, the whole building we shrunk both sides of the entire building to accommodate all of this.
Yeah. That's appreciated. That building on 9th is usually kind of an example.
We hold it up as the worst.
We make an example of it.
So there will be a really significant buffer, and again, it's stuff that we didn't want to do, but right now the sidewalk goes across that's right on Canyon Road, and they want the sidewalk to be moved in, so there's a landscape buffer, then the sidewalk. Yeah. And I thought, you know what, during game days and during these things, people are just going to trample to death that landscaping, so it's a bummer, but that also was a compromise that we made, said, okay, we'll move the sidewalk in and do the landscape buffer down one side, then the sidewalk, then the building.
My other question is, would this be exclusively for married students, or would a professor or PhD student be...
It is not regulated BYU student housing, and we've been doing this for 25 years. We know it'll be pretty much BYU students and married students, but we can't discriminate against anyone. So if somebody wants to come in, they will be allowed there, but in all of our years of doing this, people that don't fit that demographic don't want to live in that demographic. So It will be predominantly BYU student married housing.
Okay.
It couldn't be single undergraduate because it wouldn't have BYU housing approval for that.
Right, but you could put a UVU undergraduate in there, right?
Or a BYU graduate.
Or a BYU graduate, or a BYU professor.
Yeah. Well, yeah, technically anybody can live there, but in our years of experience, that demographic will stay pretty homogenous.
And so you have elevators in there, right?
Alligators?
Elevators.
Yes. Like, I don't think we have alligators.
Elevators, so a little old lady could live in there.
Yes, there are elevators.
Awesome.
I had a quick question concerning your plan changes.
Okay.
So if I understand correctly, looking at your architectural plan drawings, the L portion of the lot is now being built on, where before it wasn't really
Yes.
being used.
Yes.
So that's going to be additional underground parking
Yes.
and units above?
Yes.
Okay.
And additional expense.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's a bigger footprint. Could you talk a little bit, well, I guess this will go through CRC, so we don't need to talk about materials or at this point, just a site plan. That was the only question I had on the site plan.
And just speaking very briefly to the building, Ken Harris, who's here, is the architect, and he's been a part of the community for, well, Ken's 114 years old, so for 114 years he's been here, but we think he's done just a fantastic job of designing this building. We think it's one of the, from an elevation standpoint, we think it's one of the coolest buildings in Provo. Just kind of that mix of old and modern, and I think it's going to be pretty eye-catching.
The current building is eye-catching.
I'd call it I something else. Any other questions for Mr. Hunter? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go into public comment, can I just make one quick, and this is kind of related to public comment. In the course of the last few days, I've received a couple emails from interested parties, one of which was BYU, and she's here tonight. I'm sure she can speak to that, but just a couple other neighborhood residents that expressed their concerns.
Great, thank you. All right, we will open up item 3 to public comment at this time, beginning with the neighborhood chair from Pleasant View neighborhood. And this will be to discuss the project plan.
Correct. If I could go to the last slide, probably. This one's good. First of all, the plans that we've seen posted on the screen, and there's also some posted out in the hallway, are really intriguing. And I think they warrant the opportunity for the neighborhood to evaluate them. They're different than what was advertised for discussion tonight. And as a neighborhood, we haven't had a chance to see it. You've heard from staff, say from the traffic engineer, it looks good, but they haven't had a chance to look at it. This is an important event, and it warrants the usual review that we get, where we get the best ideas from the neighborhood. And again, with David Hunter, thank you for finding ways to integrate some of the concerns and that the neighborhood has. We're still not certain. It looks like maybe it's 55 feet tall now at the tallest part. I point out that the R4 zone was present in 2010, as was the R5 zone. And the R5 allows for a different type of development, but the R5 was not mentioned in the general plan. Anything larger than R4 was never envisioned. I am concerned about the idea of approving a project plan with a condition for some future legislative action. That seems really difficult for me to figure out, particularly since the neighborhood is currently involved in developing a neighborhood plan, which will have legislative action. And so if you're going to continue something or on the idea, on the condition that it's consistent with a legislative action sometime in the future, we're revising the neighborhood plan now, creating for the first time. We have a group of BYU students who are working on that. Robert Mills and Bill Pepperoni have been involved in that. Jamin Rowan, who is one of your colleagues from the past, working with him to do that. And we're saying, well, if you're going to give a condition based on meeting some future legislative action, then this one also is just as valid as well, it's not just valid because it hasn't reached an agenda, but it still is underway. And, we're just saying, take that into account as you're thinking about whether or not this should be approved with conditions. And I'm just recommending that it needs to be continued so we have a chance to actually look at things. For example, on the TDM, that's the Traffic Demand Management Plan that has been proffered as by the developer, indicates that, this will work because UVX is a block away. Well, I don't know what block, David, you're walking on, because New York City blocks are 660 feet, and it's 1,400 feet from the Timpanogos Towers to the UVX station. That's 4/10 of a mile. And if he thinks that nobody will park in the neighborhood because it's 2/10 of a mile, well, they're already walking 4/10 of a mile to the UVX station, and they're already walking an hour to a mile to the BYU campus. So I'm just looking for some internal consistency in the rationale of these arguments. So remember that stadium is iconic, but it doesn't define the neighborhood. And the concern is not the internal homes. The concern is the all-red subdivision and the planned developments along Canyon Road. Please stay focused on that as the issue. No, we don't think it's going to go up Stadium. It's going to go along Canyon Road. So please take that into account. Now, the traffic that the developer looked at said he looked at cars and parking lots on August 21st. School's not in session. If you can go to the slide above.
Paul, you have the clicker.
There it is. So this was done over 8 hours, last week at different times, both the morning and the evening. And I just put up an evening count for you, looking at the pedestrian. These are trips in and out of the Stadium 150 apartments and the Gateway condos. And the predominant traffic is vehicular. They're not going by pedestrian. We looked at the number of pedestrians who would actually walk and take UVX. 2% of all pedestrians do that. And so you've got an overall total there, and different developments have different traffic patterns. And please, I'd ask you to continue this so we have a chance to actually work out these details with the developer and see what's going on. We haven't seen the traffic plan. We have not seen a landscaping plan. We have no idea what's on there other than what we've seen tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other neighborhood chairs that would like to speak to item 3?
Sharon Mehmet in the Edgemont. Sorry, I pushed with my book. So I just wanted to say, specific to this plan, as much as I can get, that growth should complement, not redefine the area. One more reason why you've asked for CMU is that it doesn't ask for the same amount of green space that's required percentage-wise for, say, high-density residential or MDR. It was mentioned that this is a collector road. I hope that the BYU representative will get up and speak again, because as somebody who lives in the area, this is not a collector road. This is a good luck, because at any moment this road may be closed, so most of us have learned to go down to University Avenue, because this road will be closed, and there's no way to get around that without going up Stadium Avenue, creating more traffic on Stadium, or turning around and going back the way we came, which who wants to do that? My largest concern, again, is about the density of this. I still feel like we should go with an MDR and HDR for this neighborhood. Nobody has suggested that I've heard that this should be single-family units. We all know that this will be developed and become something more than it is. and more than what's immediately east of it. But if you look at what is on a true collector path, 4800 North would be a good example that's just being built still. Those are only 4 stories. Those are not more than 70 units per acre. This is more than 90 units per acre on a 1 acre piece. The 4800 North example that I give is a 7 acre piece, so it still has that space, it still has the green space percentage-wise. And there was one more point, and I hate that my brain goes blank up here. Yep, it's gone. Sorry. I also concur with Paul that I don't know how we approve a project plan when there's still so many what ifs. If as item 5 goes forward to council, if they make changes that he doesn't like, then I'm not sure how that affects his project also. So.
Thank you. Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to speak to item 3?
I'm Pam Jones. I'm the other vice chair for Edgemont, which is hop, skip, and a jump from Pleasant View. In fact, I live exactly a mile north of the stadium, and for several times a year, I get stadium traffic parked in front of my house. I don't mind too much unless it's obviously a University of Utah car, which I've had. Red car, red flags, red stickers, everything. I just don't see how 120 married couples are not going to have more cars than there are parking spaces in that area. I feel for the Pleasant View neighbors who live close to the stadium, and Mrs. Jensen, I would be careful making snide remarks about something that's very dear to BYU football fans. They're going to have more problem with people parking along Stadium Avenue and the other streets around there. As I say, I live a mile away, and I get it. One other thing, Mr. Hunter, you talked about urban sprawl. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but to me, urban sprawl is vertical. People in a residential neighborhood don't like high-rise buildings around their single-family homes. And another thing, Mr. Hunter, you said the neighborhood meeting in August was offensive. Did you consider the possibility that you were presenting a lot of ideas that were unpalatable to the neighbors that you were speaking to? You come in there and want something that's drastically different for their neighborhood. Of course, they're not going to be happy and slapping you on the back and stuff. I did not witness any emotional outbursts that I would consider offensive. Maybe it happened out in the hallway, I don't know, but I thought for a large group like that, there were upwards of 70 people in attendance. We heard from him, as well as a city employee who came to conduct some business that wasn't connected to the development, say they were impressed by how many people showed up. And my main idea I would like to express And I'd like to direct this partly to the commission. I don't hear a lot of people showing any sympathy for the residents, for the voters, for the taxpayers. You're concerned with codes and laws and traffic studies and stuff, but what about the people's feelings?
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Richard Isaacson. I feel like I want to comment on the parking issue. I haven't heard any mention of visitor parking. Do we assume that BYU is okay with visitors spilling over across Canyon Road into the football parking west of the stadium? Is that the assumption with, the plan hasn't mentioned visitor parking. Do these people have visitors? The other thing, Mr. Hunter has given us the impression that this is married student housing, but it is not, and that's really a misrepresentation. It could be two single people sharing an apartment. Is that true? Yes, it is true. That could mean, and probably would mean, 2 cars per apartment. And to the degree that 2 single people can share an apartment, that puts a greater demand on parking rather than call it married student parking or married student housing. I think that has been a purposeful misrepresentation to affect thinking about this project. It looks like, and you've mentioned that the plan is short 21 parking spaces by some standard. Is that correct? Yes. Why would you want to grant a variance to allow 21 fewer parking spaces when there's no accommodation for visitor parking, for one thing, no accommodation for the possibility that 2 single people can live in 1 unit and have 2 cars? So I speak strongly in favor of holding the project to a higher standard for parking, and to look at the issue of visitor parking. These people have friends, they come and visit. And we're already, as we've discussed, taxed by parking going into the neighborhood. Stadium Avenue is very close to where parking could occur at 360 East and Stadium Avenue. Parking is available on Stadium Avenue, and parking is available up 360 East and then up to 1980 North. That whole area, I think, is vulnerable to this parking demand that should be taken into careful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. Thank you, Mr. Isaacson.
I have my own slides that I brought. Perhaps it's not as fancy as some. Yeah, can you hold this? And get up, close enough I can see. I think this demonstrates more than the slides I've seen, the neighborhood that we live in. Can you see the height of the buildings here? And I made the proposed site 6 stories because that's what we were told. He makes a big deal out of the fact that he's compromising, but can you see what we'd like the compromise to be? We asked him for 3 stories. He said, no, absolutely not, we can't make enough money. Now let's go down further into town and you can see that the buildings get larger and larger and better transportation. You know, there are a lot of those old homes built in the 40s on University Avenue and the blocks contiguous to that, and they're basically rat holes. They're horrible. And you know, if some of those were taken down, look how this 6-story apartment building would fit in. I think Provo City, whether they've meant it in the general plan or not, they've done a heck of a job keeping these high-rise buildings, high-density buildings, downtown where they belong, keeping them away from single-home residential areas. There is a precedent set, and I appreciate it. I think Provo City's done one heck of a job, and I beg you to keep doing what you've been doing.
Could we see that? Could we have you turn it around?
Yeah, turn it around. And you know, just because we're not showing as much anger, as much opposition to this as we showed at the neighborhood meeting, believe me, it's there. We are angry. We don't want a 5 or 6 story building. And as to the stadium, yeah, it's disruptive a few times a year. This building would be disruptive 24/7, 365. Let's not compare it to the stadium. That is totally irrelevant. Thank you.
My name is Nona Nibley, and I live on Stadium Avenue. I have a married apartment, 2-bedroom, and for the last 10 years, we have had 2 cars. Each new bride and each new groom brings a car with them. So looking at 1.33 or even 1.5 is difficult to be able to recommend reducing from 1.5 even to 1.33 because it's there. These kids come with a lot now. I also want to mention that I rent my apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, for $750. This area offers lower income housing for married students. We do a good job of it. We keep our apartments up. There are no basement apartments in our area that are dingy. I can't remember how it was described. Almost all of our apartments are basement apartments. And we have big windows and have worked hard to support BYU, the city, and our neighborhoods and our children in providing married housing for our students wherever they are, or even non-students. As for Stadium Avenue, the credit union is, I think, we almost all agree that that is a non sequitur. I mean, we do not feel the traffic. If they come from outside the area, they go outside the area. And if we go down the street to the credit union, we go back home. It's just not, that has not been a problem. I can see 122 with 1.5 cars making a cutoff from 2230 North up Stadium Avenue, up to 9th East, as that area gets more and more difficult with the lights that have gone in there. So I'm speaking living there. I know you're trying to guess what it is like if you were living there, and I appreciate that. And the same with Mr. Hunter. He has an agenda, though, and I support the housing. I question the height also. I just feel like I've driven through the neighborhood just to make sure that my mind was still clear about the heights of buildings in that area. And it is not, we don't feel like it's it. One other thing, we support Paul Evans. We need a Paul Evans because we feel like oftentimes things are stacked against us as a neighborhood. You've done a good job of protecting these single residential neighborhoods. All of us appreciate that. But it's difficult when we come, and I felt like right to begin with that this was almost kind of decided. And I appreciate your listening, and I hope you'll take that just because, not critical, but because we live there. And I know you're doing your best to try to understand where we're coming from, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lynn Sorensen, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Pleasant View neighborhood. I too would like to thank you, Commissioners, for your service to us in the community. I realize it's a very large sacrifice of your time, and we do appreciate it very much. I would like to echo what Professor Evans said in requesting a continuance, particularly because the policies for how these projects are presented has not been followed. We did not receive what the staff received today, what short notice even they had. We had no notice. Why could Mr. Hunter, when he was providing materials to the staff, not have provided it to Professor Evans, who then came here, surprise, oh, we've got a 5-story building instead of a 6. Of course, we haven't had a neighborhood meeting where we could look at these things. And Laurie, I can't pronounce your last name, I'm sorry. Will you pronounce it for me?
Urquiaga.
Urquiaga. Ms. Urquiaga complimented Silverado for their compromise. I don't really see a compromise. They presented to us at the neighborhood meeting a 120-unit building. They've taken off a whole story, and it's 121 units. So they'll still be receiving just as much money. And of course, there's the issue of visitor parking, an awful lot of other issues that need to be discussed and looked at carefully. And you were concerned that this might be inconvenient to Mr. Hunter. Well, it's very inconvenient to those of us in the neighborhood who haven't had a chance to see this at all until this very meeting. So I'd ask you to seriously consider continuing a decision on this item so that the usual policy can be followed. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Andrea Fenley from the Pleasant View neighborhood, and I am concerned. I have children, 3-year-old, 8-year-old, and 10-year-old, and they come down and they will come to play around that area. It's still, we consider it part of our neighborhood, and I'm concerned about the extra traffic. They won't just stay on Canyon Road. They will come up Stadium, they will go up towards the temple, they'll go through the neighborhood. There will be an effect on my children. And there's not enough parking. He said that he went the next day, August 21st, BYU was not in session. Of course there were empty spots. If you were to go there while school is in session, we have gone as visitors to these apartment complexes, and there is no parking. There's no place for us as visitors. There's no place. 1.3 is not enough. I don't even think 1.5 is enough. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Hatchett again, Community Relations Committee at BYU. And Mr. Mills mentioned that there were several items of concern from our perspective that we have not yet had an opportunity to explore with the developer, no fault of his own. I was brought into this process very late in the game. But those issues that were raised that I documented have to do with safety. A building of that size and height presents a safety issue for the proximity to the stadium. that has been documented. Parking and traffic, I don't want to spend too much time on that. However, because this would necessarily have a driveway out onto Stadium Avenue, and during those disruptive 6 to 7 times a year moments or times, we of necessity need to close down a section of Stadium Avenue to secure the perimeter of the stadium for the safety of all those participants that are there. And so we would need to work with the developer to identify a specific game plan for how that would work. The housing proximity also invites the notion of being BYU approved, and there will be many parents of BYU students who will make the assumption that because of the geographic location, that it will be BYU approved housing, which may not even be possible with the rezoning and the limitations that David has identified. There's concern about construction and staging, the disruption that would cause to the university. Where would you stage all the materials and construction? And I think that the natural and perhaps misguided opinion would be, oh, well, there's a big parking lot that's not in use all day. We could perhaps utilize that space. Well, that's BYU property, and so we want to make sure that that is also considered. The same thing for parking guests and those residents that are there. I wasn't at the meeting on August 20th. You didn't get me. But it was reported that the backup plan was to utilize the parking, BYU parking behind the facility or across the street in West Campus. That just puts burden on the resources of BYU to ticket and tow those cars, which would make unhappy residents in the facility in Timpanogos Tower. So those are just a few of the concerns that we've been able to identify in the limited time we've had to deal with it.
May I ask you a question? Are you an official representative of BYU?
I'm here on behalf of the Community Relations Committee, yes.
Okay, sometimes we see the attorney from BYU, so good to know.
Thanks.
As others have echoed, I want to echo what others have said. We
Could
appreciate
you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, Warner Woodworth.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for your time and effort, energy. I know it's a tough job. I've testified at a lot of planning commissions all over the country. It's difficult. I've done so a few times here in Provo. I guess what I've heard from our neighborhood friends currently is they worry that there's more of a focus on serving business and money than residents and voters and community. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you that's what I've heard from people. And I hope you can find a way to show your compassion, your empathy, your willingness to support the local community. So I've been teaching MBAs at the Marriott School of Business, as well as at Michigan and California, and LA and other places. And I know that one of the main drivers of business is making money. And that's what this is all about. This is not about helping BYU. This is not about helping some hungry kids so they don't have to drive from Payson over here. This is about a small group maximizing their profits. They could do it other places, but they like this location because they know they'll be able to charge very high rents. I've been intrigued because I tried to do research on Silverado and I couldn't find out anything about them. And went to the website, looked at everything, read everything, tried to find stuff on LinkedIn and Facebook and so forth. Doesn't exist. So I've not been exactly clear about where they're coming from The website is way outdated from years in the past. They have only one testimonial, and it's from their business partner. So I don't see support from residents, from community, from local citizenry. And when I arrived tonight, I asked Dave, I guess, where are all the changes you guys promised we're going to get days ahead, weeks ahead? He said, I've been too busy. I said, oh man, to myself, I said, that's not what business people do. Business people have strategies. They stay focused on the business at hand. They produce results. They get it done early and submit it early, especially if they want customers, or in our case, clients. So I'm hoping we can see a change. And I'd love to see this beautiful edifice in downtown Provo where it belongs, or Nevada.
Rich Ziegler, Pleasant View neighborhood. I guess I should put a footnote. I'm one of the vice chairs as well, but I don't need to take 5 minutes. I'll try to be really brief. I think we've had a lot of great dialogue and whatnot through this, and I hope to have further meetings. But I think some really good issues have been brought up. I mean, I really do worry about the parking. I think that's been highlighted. I mean, if you look at downtown, the units by the UVX and Heritage Halls, that we really do have to carefully consider the parking. So just, I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But, you know, even parking, I live along 500 East, and I've been blocked out of my driveway. I call Provo City, and all they'll do is ticket. What am I left to do? Now, fortunately, I can drive across BYU's vacant lot and get out, but you know, we do have an enforcement problem in the city, and so, you know, and I guess this kind of echoes a comment earlier, by, you know, giving too much and not having a thing. I think one of the things, and Sharon mentioned this, she forgot to mention, you know, with item 5 from earlier, you know, we don't have a TDM in place. I guess I'm kind of jumping around, but that's got to be part of this. And so I guess kind of my point is, you know, it's good to have discussion, and there are a lot of unanswered questions. And maybe when he comes back up, he can kind of answer this a little bit. But you know, again, it gets to the parking. I mean, obviously, you can't dictate who he rents to. I mean, it could be married, it could be single folks. I think you could rent up to a certain number of residents. Maybe the question is, you know, how will he regulate that? And that probably can't be dictated in the, you know, in the records as far as what maximum occupancy is, but that gets to the whole thing. I mean, as far as, you know, limiting parking, is he going to sell parking separately? Things like that. Again, that's probably not something that can be dictated from a planning and development area, and he can get hit by a bus. Someone else might own the property later. So that's, you know, questioning his character, I don't think is probably appropriate. That's why we have regulations in general in the city. I mean, I will point out, yes, it is across the street from the stadium, and that's BYU, but there's not very many classes that are held in the stadium. And I guess another point Sharon mentioned too is the stadium terrace is somewhat recessed, and I think he's making some good you know, compromises here by trying to bring the height of the building down. But anyway, so that's kind of a question when he comes back up, kind of regulating the occupancy and regulating the parking, because I'm sure BYU would not be happy to find a lot of residents parking across the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler.
My name is Richard Swan. I live in the Pleasant View neighborhood. I've just had a couple of thoughts that I've scratched down. I think that parking is imperative, that you stick with the 1.5, not a 1.33. We've rented our basement apartment for years. Every time we rent to a couple, we always get 2 cars. It never fails. We never just have 1 car. So I think parking is a critical issue that needs to be addressed. The concept of parking over in the BYU parking lot and having students traipsing back and forth across Canyon Road, that's a recipe for disaster. we may end up with some of the most talented, smartest, brightest young couples in the world, but we're also ending up with the most transient. They will come, they will go. They will come, they will go. And then remembering when I was a college student, I was pretty darn creative. A place for $1,000, you put 2 bunk beds in, $250 each. It's a screaming deal. Is there anything that will stop that? And then, when do we listen to the voice of the people or the voice of the neighborhood as opposed to the staff? Thank you.
That last comment just brought me to my feet. Really debated, my name is Andrea Darius. I've debated whether I should get up because I'm so emotional about this issue. It just seems so strange from the get-go to hear agreeable, consistent project proposal when in fact 95% of the neighborhood doesn't want it. And I just think it's just to hear really great language and the features to this development. And Dave couldn't be a nicer person, and you people listening here. But just the irony that the neighborhood, who is the majority, who are mostly positioned for long-term, we don't want it. And we're looking at a small development with people who will be moving on. And so I think it is really important to consider those in the neighborhood who are really invested. I was joking to Dave, I said, we have high-density heritage. We have high-density history. We have high-density sentimental investment in the PV neighborhood. And so I hope that will be remembered. And it couldn't have been more plainly said than most people, most families do not want high-rises near their neighborhood. It's that simple. I think it should be that simple. So I hope that will be remembered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joseph Watkins again. I just wanted to stand and take the opportunity to speak to this particular parking issue. I think it's imperative that we address it. If we're making concessions for all other number of reasons, and this is one of the biggest reasons you would not want this particular type of project to go forward, why would we make a concession on that side? Doesn't make sense. I understand the developer's issue with wanting to increase their ROI and wanting to make the most profits possible, but they can put the parking in the building and reduce the number of units. They told us at the community meeting they could not do that. There was no changes to the building. Tonight we're seeing changes to the building. They also told us that it was what it was. That's not what it is tonight. We haven't had the opportunity to review that. If there are changes that can be made, we would love to see those changes made. If you can build 3-story houses down there, great. 3-story apartment complexes, great. Let's have those residential units put in down there that fit the area of this community, that match what we have. Ms. Urquiaga, did I say that correctly? Urquiaga, excuse me. Ms. Urquiaga, you mentioned the point of gathering more information and making sure that we're moving forward in a way that addresses the concerns of the community and doing so in a manner that is fully vetted. I completely agree with you. I 100% understand that that's something we need to do. I don't think that we weigh the developer's potential extra efforts or potential loss in profits against these community members who have sat here for close to 4 hours and who don't get to go back and review things. The developers can go back and review things. Once this project is put forward, we can't go back and review things. So while it may take some additional time from the developers and from the staff to review extra documents and to put in the time needed to evaluate this correctly. I don't think that pushing that aside because of some potential heartache on their part is worth sacrificing these individuals' time and effort and the care that they put into their community. Again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your efforts. I would be remiss if I stood here and said I was not one of the people who shouted at Mr. Hunter. I did because he shouted at a 90-year-old lady. So I had to. I appreciate your time, and I thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Let's try that again.
I've got the answer to the parking. How about 20 apartments instead of 120?
I'm glad we all still have our sense of humor this evening.
Hi, Ryan Bidoff, the Pleasant View neighborhood. I want to preface my comments just by saying I am not opposed to high-density housing, especially where it's being proposed. I see the need. I understand that not just Provo City, but Utah as a whole is growing, and we need to find solutions to housing. But the current proposal, I do not think is a good fit for the neighborhood. I know we can talk about density and the fact that it's going to be targeted towards married couples, so there's essentially going to be possibly 2 individuals per unit, but the size does not fit. You look along, Canyon Road and everything else that's there. I'm all for high-density housing, but not to this magnitude. And as I drive around Provo and I see all the other developments going down by the Riverwoods, right across the street at the corner of the Provo City Center Temple, none of them are of this magnitude. And so are we to assume that these developers are not going to make profits because they're not the same size as what's being proposed? I just don't see the fit. I support high-density housing. I support this project, but not to its current proposal. It needs to be scaled down in something that would better fit our neighborhood.
Mr. Evans.
Chair, if you don't remind, I'll just remind the audience that we should refrain from clapping afterwards. So just kind of just keep it. We should just listen. It's not a debate.
Only if the planning commissioners get a standing ovation after this is done. Are there any other public comments at this time? One more?
My name is Derek Wilson. I'm a resident of Provo. With the median age of Provo being 23.7 years, I want to make sure that a younger voice is heard as well. Being a student, housing is a big issue for us. We need solutions. We need much more housing, especially for married students. It is very difficult to find good places to live. So I would be in full support of this proposal.
Thank you. What is going on with this podium? All right, this is our last chance for public comment. Anyone else?
Richard Swan. Can the gentleman that was just standing up here afford $1,000 to $1,200 a month plus utilities, plus the lottery for the parking? That's a lot of money. There may be housing there, but it's not affordable. Thanks.
All right, we will close this part of the hearing to public comment and invite Mr. Hunter to respond to any of the comments he heard previously.
I love that last comment about affordability. The less dense we go, the more expensive it will be. You talked about ROI. We'll get our ROI, but it'll be just by jacking up rents. If we do less dense, but affordability is a great big thing. The denser it can go, and that's, I think, what Provo is trying to solve right now, is affordability and housing. And if we put one apartment on that entire block, we'd have to charge them a couple $100,000 a month. It's going to be, there's going to be a direct cause and effect on the cost of the project, what rent is going to be. We heard from the lady that has the children and the safety issues about traffic. Again, we had the slide up there from one of the most respected traffic engineers. We're reducing traffic by 75%. This is not me saying this. This is not the neighborhood saying it. This is one of the most respected traffic engineers in Utah County saying this. Compromise. We've been talking about compromise tonight. And again, I feel like we've kind of negotiated against ourselves because, and I've appreciated some of the comments where you've appreciated the compromise that we're making as far as building height, because the cost is going to go up. It'd be a more affordable project if we could do what we'd contemplated, but we are going to take a story off. I just talked to Ken. It's a 4-story building. We'll be building it to the IBC code of 4 stories, the International Building Code, because if we sank the basement down, it will be a 4-story building, and it will be built to the code to a 4-story building. The code changes at 5 stories. It qualifies as a 4-story building, so it will be a 4-story building. You looked on this. We don't do social media. We don't do Facebook. We're not out promoting. We kind of just keep our blinders on and do what we're doing. We should probably get a little bit more in the 2000s. And then the last one of them saying they need more time to study and look at this. We spent several hours at the neighborhood meeting, and it was just shrink the building, make it smaller. That's all we heard. We didn't hear about the elevations. We didn't hear about we heard about nothing except make the building smaller, so that they need a lot more time to review what we've done. We've just made the building smaller. From a height perspective, it is a lower building now, and it's lower, not smaller. We are serious business guys. We've completely redesigned the entire project in 21 days. August 20th was our neighborhood meeting, and today the architects have been working around the clock to get this done, and we got it done today in time for this meeting. So we do take ourselves very seriously. We take our word very seriously, and we've bent over backwards to accommodate, to compromise. We're down to a 4-story building. Thank heaven, we've increased the parking. That was one of their concerns. We've increased the parking, lowered the building, and that from the neighborhood meeting, and Paul would concur and Robert would concur, that was 95% of all the comments that were made. And so we've made those 2 major compromises. Joe, is there anything else? Oh, Ken did point this out. One of the great things about this project, when you guys are coming out of the neighborhood, there won't be a sea of parking. You won't see cars in this project. All the parking is completely subterranean, and there's not even, now that we're covering out the outside of it, you won't see a sea of parking, which I know from a developer standpoint, that's very expensive to do because surface parking is a lot cheaper, and that's a great point, Ken. From an aesthetic standpoint, you won't see cars in this project.
Commissioners, questions? Ms. Urquiaga?
Yes. I do have a question about guest parking. How are you accommodating that?
So every apartment they're entitled to a parking space. That's 120 spaces, and the other 41 that we'll have, we'll designate appropriately.
Okay, and did I hear correctly that these are all single-bedroom units?
All single-bedroom units.
And by city code, that means most 2 people, right? Or
technically 3.
3? Okay.
It's a small bedroom, and from a management standpoint, it will be that you can be 2 people in the apartment. That's what you can do. And as if you are unrelated, if you're related, the married couple, I assume, can have a kid.
Yes. Is that something that you'd put in a development agreement, Dave?
From a management standpoint, we want married kids in these apartments. So yes, from a development standpoint agreement, we're totally okay with saying we want married kids in this thing.
But there's a legal issue there.
Can't discriminate.
I didn't propose it. Yell at them. I'm just responding. We'd be willing to do that.
Okay. Please address the Planning Commission.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So we would legally do whatever we could do to do that. If we legally can't do it, then we wouldn't.
Right, I guess that's an issue that will be ironed out with staff.
And I think that could, bleed into some federal housing issues, but.
So my understanding is that you cannot discriminate against marital status or sex, religion, anything like that, but you can limit the occupancy.
Yes. Yeah. Any other questions?
Just one.
Ms. Wyndon?
How many, you said that you have bicycle lockers and how many bicycles will you be able to accommodate?
So I think we were at about 30 in our last iteration, and I don't know where we're at right now. So 48 bike lockers, which instead of having a big giant sea of bikes strewn all over the place, you actually open up a door, stick your bike in it, and shut the door.
Are those accommodated in the parking deck portion?
They're
of the
in the
building?
parking deck, yes. And it's not on the plans right now, and we're trying to figure it out, but we think it'd also be cool to put a little space in there for a little bike repair station. That will have a little bike lift and some other things that people can actually work, and we're trying to figure out where we can put that space downstairs too.
That's great.
To the point where we might, take away a parking space to do it. So he's figured it out. So we have repair stations on both levels.
Great. Any other questions? Ms. Urquiaga?
I have a question which I think is more for staff, but what is the implication of approving this when it is still conditional on something that doesn't exist yet?
Tricky. In all honesty, our recommendation would be to continue.
I'd like to
because of those outstanding circumstances. Your prerogative, though, as the Planning Commission, is that you have the option to place any type of condition within that type of realm, because this project is dependent upon pending legislation. You could craft the conditions to read that way. My guess is it would read something like approved, contingent upon approval of the pending legislation to allow a parking reduction. If that legislation is not approved by City Council, the applicant would have to return with revised plans and a revised approval. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Hunter. So if you were to, after this project were completed and you find out that there is not adequate parking for everybody, do you have room on the property to add additional parking?
No. And part of the agreement when kids sign up in Redstone, which is one of the biggest student housing property managers in the Western United States now, they're going to be managing this project for us, and they are going to be enforcing our parking for us, and they are really, 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 really top class in doing stuff like that. And when kids sign up, making sure that they only have the allotted cars that they're assigned.
How do they do that? How do they enforce that?
Contractually. How they contractually say that you can only have one car here. Yeah, and then there's police officers that ticket cars. There's people that tow cars. If you break rules and laws, you get ticketed or towed. That's the consequence.
Any other questions for Mr. Hunter? All right, thank you.
Thank you guys and thank you for your time. And to clarify, I have never met him, I have never seen him, and he is not a relative. And I know there's a lot of questions.
All right, did staff want to address any of the issues that were raised during the public comment portion?
I think they've been covered.
All right, I guess if it's okay with everyone, I'll start off with comments. I'll just say that I know the public participation can seem like a really messy business because there's so many differing opinions and emotions involved. But I appreciate everyone who's participated in this process and hopefully will continue to. A couple of things that I heard throughout the public comment on the project plan. The number one issue was parking. The number two issue was parking. And quite honestly, just to clarify with all of you, the Planning Commission did not have a copy of the traffic report or traffic study, nor the revised site plans in advance of this meeting. We saw them for the first time, as you did, on the screen. So we haven't had sufficient time, I don't believe, to really vet those documents. We also have not had an opportunity to vet the traffic demand management proposal that this development would put forth, and we would like to examine that before we make a determination. And I think the traffic study, I know the firm that performed it very well. They are very reputable and recommended. But I think we would like an opportunity to really look at those numbers along with Public Works and make sure that everything, is in agreement from both sides. It's terribly important that that happen. So my feeling, plus we have the fact that the TDM revision for residential is an outstanding issue that was continued tonight, so it's not even going to be voted on until sometime in October, at the earliest, the end of October. So we have a lot of moving pieces that are not quite resolved, a lot of good discussion. So my feeling would be to continue this, but I would like all of you to weigh in as well.
I would be most comfortable with a continuance.
Same here.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, I'm in favor of continuing, and I'd be willing to make a motion.
Any other comments before Ms. Ellsworth's motion?
Yeah.
All right.
Can I borrow your?
I'm sorry.
Can I borrow this just?
Yes.
Okay, I move that we continue item 3, a proposal by Silverado Management for a project plan approving, for a 120-unit apartment complex in a proposed campus mixed-use zone. When would be the best time to continue that to? Should we say?
I would just leave it open.
Okay. So, yeah, open until whenever the applicant wants to come back.
And did you want to add any of the documents we'd like to review at that next?
Yeah, and we'd like to review the traffic study and the traffic demand management proposal.
I'll second.
Seconded by?
Yes.
Thank you. All those in favor of continuing item 3?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That was seconded by Ms. Winden, I'm sorry. So that was unanimous. And I've had a request for another quick break, so it will be 5 minutes, promise. Thank you.
What's that? I'm making it. I'm just. In the ground and there wasn't rock and you build pre-tension columns and floor and put it in, you could put those parking structures in there for less than 20,000. I just finished one in Salt Lake City that was 44 stories and it had 6 stories of parking underneath. And the bottom parking at 6 stories down was only like 30,000. So
I'll just say when you're stacking.
It's not residential. This building is commercial. It had bridge trusses on top. It had a 300-foot. At the 7th floor, we extended 320 feet out over the. What's that new theater up there?
Real Pioneer.
His figures were wrong.
I would say if you're going subterranean, there's nothing.
I was just thinking about
That's about $20,000. But we were 6 stories down and they were only 30.
just thinking about our rentals, and they're all married couples. And they have. They each have 3 or 4 cars in the trailer. Of course, they wouldn't do that if they had to pay for them.
The load on the steel commercial building is greater than the commercial building.
Is this number 6? Did he fix on there what you wanted? Huh? Didn't seem like it was what we said at the end. Yeah. But on number 6. Right. Did they correct the part that you were talking about on 244? Line 244? Didn't seem like. Right. Yeah. You're welcome. That was the change you wanted? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we need something now. Yeah. Right. doesn't work. Yeah.
We ready? Yeah. All right, I'll call the Planning Commission hearing back to order. It is 10 p.m. We have 2 more items on the agenda this evening. So the next item is item 4. Courtney Huber requests a zone change from residential agriculture, RA, to R110 for 1 acre property located at 674 East 3230 North in the Edgemont neighborhood. And Mr. Wright will present.
All right, thank you. So earlier at the beginning of the meeting, I handed out a letter that we received from a neighbor related to this property, so hopefully you've had some time here to read through that. But we'll jump in here and show you what where the property is. So on Timpview Drive, just off of Timpview Drive on 3230 North is where this property is located. The general plan map that we're looking at here in yellow shows a general plan designation for residential. And so there's that type of use designation is not changing with the proposed rezone request, and so there's no need to change the general plan as part of this request. The zoning map here shows the property in the residential agricultural zone, we call it the RA zone. To the north is the R110 single-family residential zone, which is the zone that they're requesting to be rezoned to. And so that's the surrounding zoning there that you can see. Their property is an acre within the RA zone, and they'd like to subdivide that into 3 lots. And so it might be a little hard to see what those are, but I'll kind of go over it here with you. To accomplish this, they are requesting that rezone because the RA zone requires half-acre minimum lot size. The R110 that they're requesting is 10,000 square feet for the lot size, for the minimum lot size. And so the proposed, the way that they'd subdivide this property if it were rezoned would be to create 2 flag lots off the back. And so the existing home that's on the acre property right now would remain. That would become lot 1. And the proposed lot would meet the R110 zone requirements if it were rezoned to that. Lots 2 and 3 being proposed there, the flag lots, they would share the driveway, the paved portion, but they'd each have their dedicated flagpole portion of the lot, which the code requires for a flag lot. And so that would help reduce redundancy of multiple parking or drive accesses into the property, which helps promote safety with less points of conflict between cars and pedestrians. So it's a good option there to combine that. It's not a street or a private street or anything. It's still a driveway like you typically see on any other single-family residential neighborhood. And so I think there's been some concerns I've heard from neighbors thinking that that was going to be a street. I think, so just to clarify, it's just similar to a driveway. It's it would look and everything just like that would, and so it wouldn't stand out. And they've also gone through some iterations on how they'd lay out this lot, or these 3 lots. Originally, they were looking to put the driveway down the west side of the property, adjacent to this house on the corner, which I think caused some concerns with that neighbor. So they've redrawn it to put the driveway onto the east side of the property, and I feel like that has probably helped with those concerns for that. The 2 flag lots would be 1/3 of an acre, so much larger than the minimum lot size for the R110 zone. So it'd still help it fit in with some of the surrounding larger lots of the RA zone. But none of the other properties are being rezoned, so they'd be able to maintain their rights and everything within that zone that they have. So really, it's the applicant looking to just rezone their portion of or their property only. Let's see. Yes, I think that's all I have. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer those this time.
Thank you. Staff, any questions for Mr. Wright? Mr. Knudsen?
So in essence, what they're doing is by changing the zone, they're gaining a building lot.
Correct. Under the existing zone, they'd be able to get 1 flag lot because they have an acre and they just need a half acre. And so they're requesting that rezone to pick up that 3rd lot, since it is a very large parcel already.
Ms. Urquiaga?
Yes. So we have a letter from a concerned neighbor. What lot is that neighbor living in? Is that the one that's to the west?
Yeah, the one to the west, it's a corner lot right here. So there's Timpview Drive. I'll jump back to the zone map here to show you. So the letter is from this property owner here. So they were concerned that they'd have Timpview Drive, 3230, and then another street next to them.
But it has been moved over to the other side.
Yeah, it's not a street, and B, it's been moved, the driveway has been moved to the other side. So I think that would help that concern in their letter.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question?
I'm curious,
Ms. Ellsworth?
what does a zone change like this cost?
I believe our application fee, is that what you're referring to with the city? She might know better. I think it might be $1,100 is the fee.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Wright? All right. I'd like to invite the applicant to present her project.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back from break for this. I appreciate it. This is my first time at one of these meetings, and it has been very educational.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Courtney Huber. I'm a resident of the Edgemont neighborhood. I've been a resident for a long time. I grew up in the Edgemont neighborhood, and now I'm raising my family in the Edgemont neighborhood. I'm working with my parents on this project. They are also longtime residents of this neighborhood, and they are looking to age in place. And as you probably know, a lot of homes in this area are multi or split level homes. And so with all of these stairs, it makes it hard for them to picture their lives going forward, being able to stay in the area and neighborhood that they've invested so much time and care into. So this when this property became available, it seemed like a wonderful opportunity for them to be able to afford to build a home that would provide main level living for them. And also, because of this subdivision, it creates an extra lot for another family to move into the area, as well as making the lots a more manageable size to maintain for aging couples than a half-acre lot would be. So as outlined in Provo City's general plan, I know the primary housing goal of Provo is to provide adequate housing that meets population demands while also supporting the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And so as a strategy to help meet some of these housing demands, infill in neighborhoods like this is, I know, becoming increasingly common. So the proposal that we are offering is a method of infill that allows a responsible reinvestment into a wonderful established neighborhood without changing the character or the feeling of the neighborhood, but still providing additional housing opportunity for families. The Provo General Plan, Section 3.3 says Provo is committed to pursuing an optimal housing inventory to ensure that every neighborhood is vibrant, healthy, and stable. I feel like this proposal will optimize the housing opportunities by using existing land in a little more efficient way, giving new families an opportunity to invest in this community and become part of this neighborhood. It also supports the goals outlined in Section 3.4.1.2, maintain and encourage good quality, sustainable housing and infill developments. And again, this change will boost both the short-term and long-term health of the neighborhood. In this part of Provo, the vast majority of housing is R110. I think the notification for this public hearing was sent to every residence within 500 feet of the property. And looking at the houses in those areas, 75% of those houses are already zoned R110. Of the homes immediately bordering the property, 9 homes either directly across the street or bordering the property. 6 of those have acreage of a quarter acre or less, so that's 2/3. So the lots that would be created by this, the back 2 lots would be 0.3 acres, and the front lot would be just slightly less than a quarter acre. So it's very much in keeping with what's already there. And as was pointed out earlier by, I think, one of the neighborhood chairs, she said growth should complement instead of redefine an area. And I feel like this is a good example of growth that complements what's already there. We are just asking for a change in zone that aligns us with the vast majority of our neighbors in this part of town. And we ask you to recommend that the zone be changed to 110.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Huber?
That was my dad.
Good job. Any questions for Ms. Huber? Ms. Wenda?
So if this is a request is granted, do your parents own the main house?
Right. Well, I am partnering with them, so I am the owner of the home that the property sits on.
Okay, and then if I understand correctly, one of the lots, you guys would build on a home for your parents.
That's correct.
And then would you build on the 3rd lot, or would you sell that?
We would sell the 3rd lot. There's so much interest, people wanting to come into this neighborhood, so we've already had many people approach us asking to be considered if the approval goes forward.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? No. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have the neighborhood chair present who would like to address item 4?
Sharon Mehmet, one more time. Courtney presented pretty much everything. We did hold a neighborhood meeting on this back in July. I can only add, I'm guessing you're saying your letter came from the next door neighbor. In that meeting, we as neighborhood chairs, I'm the vice chair, Marion's my chair, she was unavailable tonight. But we were told from staff that everybody's in favor of this, and we went to that neighborhood meeting and almost lost our heads because everybody on the street, I think it was safe to say, was extremely upset that they had heard about it but not had a chance to comment, that they didn't like it. They wanted it to stay RA because their neighborhood was RA. I'm simply presenting to you, I was at that meeting and this is what it was. I've since been told that Courtney has spoken to the neighbors and I guess assuaged their fears, mostly by moving that road. So I don't know if there's a way as you make this change to put that in writing, so if the change is made, that it stays, that the road driveway stays on the east side of the lot. The concern for her being that then she has, essentially a road on all three sides, and that's not what she signed up for. I'm really surprised there aren't more neighbors here because they were very, very upset about it. So to be clear, it's a little less than an acre, so even to divide it into two wouldn't be allowed because that wouldn't give 2 full half acres. So if it stays RA as it is, she still couldn't technically divide it. That's why this zone change is really being asked. Again, at that same meeting, I had people say, well, let's go ahead and make the R110 change and just divide it into 2. I'm just telling you what was presented at the meeting. Because I agree with her, I think it fits in the neighborhood. That's my personal opinion, neighborhood chair, personal opinion. Here we go. My concerns as a chair were, I heard but never got an answer to, I understood a flag lot can only have 1 flag sitting on it, not 2. I heard something about a hammerhead, but I didn't really see what those requirements were. What else would have to be added to making the driveway go actually into the 3rd lot or not. Other concerns that were brought up at the meeting were the setbacks on the existing home when that's divided, if they would still be met, or if there are no setbacks for the back line of a property. That's pretty much it. I don't know if there's a way to put that in writing about the driveway staying on the east side, but I think that would be the greatest way to keep all the neighbors happy about it, as much as possible.
Thank you. I don't see any other neighborhood chairs here. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item?
Thank you. I'm Howard Gerstner. I'm also a resident of the neighborhood. I just live around the corner from there. Been there for 30 years. So I was kind of surprised when Sherry said that all the neighbors on the street are upset, because I was at the same meeting and there were 2 people that were upset. 3, the people live next door to our west neighbors, and then 1 person up on the higher street. And so that was news to me that they were all upset, because I personally, before we even started this process, I went up the street to every house and around the back to every house and talked to all the people and explained to them what we had in mind. And the only people who were really expressing concerns, well, some of them weren't home, so I didn't get the one neighbor that's concerned, but the neighbors to the west didn't really say anything then, and they showed up at the meeting kind of upset, and I don't blame them. I can certainly see how the person that lived in this house before was oops, I've got to watch the time. She's lived there. She's widowed for the last 20 years, and so it was really calm, quiet. But she was not maintaining the property. As I know, there's a note down here talking about the weeds and stuff. But we plan to fix that by landscape when we do the things. But anyway, so the general consensus is that I would say the majority of the people in that neighborhood are on are supportive of us. And I can certainly understand these people that sent the letter. I don't know that they'll ever be happy. But we did have a discussion with them once, and they said, well, when it works out the way it works out, we'll be good neighbors, so I don't know. And he's a great man, he has a wonderful yard, I don't think I could keep my yard that good, but, you know, we keep our yard nice. It's not perfect, but we keep ours nice, and we feel like we're an asset to our current neighborhood. And in our ecclesiastical unit, that's the same one we'll be living. We're just moving streets, basically. So I know all those people well, and I feel like we have their support. And some of them were going to come tonight, but they had a conflict, and then they went to the wrong place. But anyway, and I'm glad they didn't come. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address item 4? All right. I'll turn it back over to the commissioners for any further discussion, questions. Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, Dustin, can you just bring us, give us a little refresher on flag lots? What's our take
Sure.
in the ordinance?
Yeah, so it was brought up about 2 flag lots. Our code does allow for them. It does require that each one has its own pole, and so I'll try to point that out here. So this line right down the center here is the division between the 2 poles. So this pole is for this lot, and this one would go to this back lot right here. There's a length requirement, doesn't exceed the 200 feet length requirement, so it meets that. We've reviewed it as far as the CRC group, and so we're making sure that it meets all those requirements, which it appears to. With some of the, I think, to help answer that other question about, or the concern about having it back on this side, they really, when they originally did that, it was hard to get that to work. And so that was part of the revision, was to put it over here. There's a lot more space on this side of the house to get the 40 feet that's required for both flag poles, and to still maintain the setback from the existing house there for the new zone. So the setbacks will be met for the R110 zone, side yard setbacks, rear yard, everything, and minimum lot size. So that's probably, this version is really the only way I see this working out. If they tried to flip it back to the other side, I don't see them getting the 3 lots. But yeah, as far as flag lot ordinance goes, we have found that follows those, and then the lot size requirements and everything for those zones are met. It was mentioned about a hammerhead, and I guess it's not shown on this drawing, but on their site plan, I believe, there's a hammerhead that they'd put right here for turnaround for like fire access. If they needed to bring a fire apparatus in here, they provide a turnaround, which would then be the driveway for this home right there. So their garage would be oriented towards that. So it'd serve 2 purposes. It would be their driveway, but then it would also allow for a fire apparatus to turn around there. And the fire department's reviewed their application. I believe they're fine with the access length and the turnaround opportunity there. So I believe that answers most of those questions.
Setback for the existing house meets code.
Yeah, the setbacks are still going to meet the code for the R110 zone on that lot.
Gotcha. This neighborhood is unique. If you go back to the bigger view of it, yeah, right there. So there is kind of this flag lot coming off of the end of that cul-de-sac, and that house is really set in the green. That back property behind the mansion. Do you know?
Oh, here?
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that one, exactly. Yeah, so I saw that house when I went over there, and then those other 2 lots are huge, and then you're looking across the street and they're really small, and then out on Timpview Drive, there's smaller lots, and I don't have a problem with it. I like it.
Yeah, so a lot of these lots that you mentioned are actually under a ½ acre anyway, so they're non-complying to the R1 or the RA ½ acre requirement already. So really it's, just a few of these lots actually meet that requirement.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, and then there's a flag lot down on the bottom cul-de-sac, right? 3100 North.
Down here.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is different shaped, isn't it? Straddles that. Huh.
So given the lot confirmation, the neighborhood chair expressed a concern about the driveway being on the west side. It's pretty much a moot point due to topography and clearances and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be difficult to get that to work to still meet the setback for this. As you can see, it's 29.4, and you need 20 feet for the flag pole, and then you need 10-foot setback, so you need 30 feet, and they're just shy of that. So
Yeah.
really, that's probably the main reason why it's on the other side, and that's how it works over there. So I don't anticipate it going over to the other side.
Okay, great. Any other questions, comments? Motion? And this is a recommendation to municipal council for rezoning. Ms. Ellsworth?
Let's see, can I borrow yours for a second? Thanks. I move that we recommend a positive, or that we forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for item number 4, presented by Courtney Huber, requesting a zone change from residential agriculture to an R110 for a 1-acre property located in the Edgemont neighborhood.
Thank you. Do we have a second to Ms. Ellsworth? Seconded by Mr. Knudsen. All those in favor of forwarding a positive recommendation to municipal council for item 4? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous, and we'll forward a positive recommendation. Thank you. All right, our last item for the evening is one that we saw at our last, or discussed at our last hearing for downtown development design standards, and Mr. Mills will address item 5.
We should applaud for
I'm sorry,
our staff.
item 6.
Should we applaud for them?
Congratulations on making it through. Chair, do you want to read this in? Do you want to read this item in? I'm sorry.
Where is it? Oh, you know, it's on the agenda, but not on the memo.
244.
Okay. The Provo City Community Development Department requests amendments to Section 14.34.295 Downtown Development Design Standards to clarify architectural requirements in the downtown zones, Central Business District, Joaquin, Mazer, Franklin, and Temp neighborhoods, and Robert Mills will present item 6.
As quickly as possible. So you all have been through this several times. There have been several iterations of this. These slides just indicate the differences between the current and the proposed zone. The existing one has been helpful, but has been a bit difficult to read. And so I just want to go to those items that were changed from the last time.
244.
They're supposed to be on there.
Line 244, right?
Yeah, 244. So basically just talking about the transition from the public and private space on residential frontages, allowing for multiple tiers of foundation plantings, and then providing pedestrian access from the rear parking. As you know, this is still an ongoing document. I even still have some additional edits that will probably be sent with the iteration to our city council. But after your recommendation, which we hope will be a positive recommendation to the city council, we'll push a bit of pause to go back to the development community, let them weigh in on these, because these are substantial changes to existing code, and so we want to make sure that they're okay with the way that this will be interpreted and executed in the future. So we just, staff recommends a positive recommendation to City Council, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mills?
No, I think we adjusted it.
No question, but I think it's a positive adjustment, editing.
Any other comments, questions? Are there any neighborhood chairs here who would like to discuss item 6? Any members of the public who would like to discuss item 6? All right, seeing none. Commissioners, discussion, motion?
I would point out that engineering staff is here if they have any concerns or comments.
Engineering, I'm so sorry. You've been waiting all night to have your moment.
Setback.
Um,
Zero setback.
Mr. Winters.
Yes, it's been brought up before and decided that existing practice will remain.
Okay, and I don't think it's necessarily this document, necessarily the setback. I think it was a discussion, and I'm not sure because David Day, the development coordinator, had brought up, I think, was the awnings that were projecting into the street right of way because of the zero setback. Right. And some of the concerns with that. And I think what was brought up before was the discussion of the zero setback and some of the concerns that we do have with that, with a zero setback, with specifically the utilities and those things, needing space, allowing space for those things to be available as street frontages, or within the right of way, do require an 8-foot PUE, and so that's where we, as far as Public Works, had some concerns or wanted to bring forth our concerns about at least allowing one with the awnings overhanging into the right of way and protruding and getting close to maybe some lightings, the signals, those kind of things. Power. I know there's been some issues in the past with awnings and those things getting close into power lines, communication lines. So that was some of the things that we had brought forward, I think, and I'm not sure where that stood from the last meeting, but I just wanted to make sure I brought that forward again. I don't know where that stands. I know that was some of the comments I made in this towards this document.
Right. Thank you. So those comments are noted in staff reports and in the previous iterations. The section of code that deals with that is actually not pertaining to these specific design standards, though. So if that's something that we want to discuss, but that would be a separate amendment.
And Mr. Winters, I just had a quick question. PUE, public utility?
Public utility easement.
Easement, thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure everyone knew what that.
Yes, because, and like I said, I think this may not necessarily go to this document, but we wanted to raise, with the Planning Commission, some of the concerns that awnings that do as an architectural feature sticks out, that has some concerns with that. Because we do have a lot of, again, utilities that we don't have a lot of space between the curb and the building that's at a zero setback. And we need space for a lot of utilities that need to be accommodated, so.
Got it, thank you.
I have one question for staff or the commission. So I'm looking at line 246. There were a couple of adjustments made here. On 246, it says that this requirement shall be met with the following strategies. And number 2 is design porches, stoops, and railings to provide intermediate semi-private spaces. I like that in general. Is there any case where it would be a good addition to this area, but we wouldn't have a porch or a stoop for some reason? Like, would we be precluding some kind of worthwhile design that did not have a porch or stoop?
This applies just to
We'd
residential
always
frontages.
have a stoop.
What's that?
We'd always have a stoop,
We always have a stoop?
no matter what.
Yeah, I think that the intent is that you don't walk from the public sidewalk. Somebody's door isn't right on the public sidewalk.
Yeah.
In other words, they have a separation, a transition space before, or if you're on the sidewalk, you know, that's not public space, that's somebody's apartment or somebody's residential unit. Before you actually go into the unit.
Okay. There's no instance where we wouldn't want that, or it wouldn't be right, or it wouldn't fit, or I don't know, thinking
I
of,
would say the only time that might not be appropriate is if it was quite a large development and you had a big central lobby where everybody came into the lobby and then elevator, stairs, you know, grand staircase, whatever the case may be. If it were a really like a city block, a whole city block, a really large development, I could see that be a potential.
I would agree with that. I would also just make them, if there were a specific project that needed and merited some sort of amendment, that's always an option to the applicant.
okay.
Remember, you have the ability in this ordinance to modify these requirements as long as you're satisfied with what they're doing. Makes sense and is as good or better than what the code says.
Okay.
So you've got some ability to show flexibility there.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions, discussion, motions?
You need to open this for public hearing.
I'm sorry?
Did you open this for public hearing and
I
close it?
did.
Okay,
There wasn't anyone home.
good.
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Wyndon,
I move that we forward with a positive recommendation, item number 6. The Provo City Community Development Department requests amendments to section 14.34.295 Downtown Development Design Standards to clarify architectural requirements in the downtown zones, Central Business District, Joaquin, Mazer, Franklin, and Timp neighborhoods.
thank you. Do we have a second for Ms. Wyndon's motion?
I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Phillips. All those in favor of forwarding a positive recommendation to Municipal Council on item 6? Aye. Any opposed? Great, that's unanimous. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second? Seconded. So adjourned.
Third.
Thank you all.